Hey everybody, we're back again for another crack at the MCQ. I guess this is actually a PTQ now that they're back to the Players Tour, no longer the Pro Tour, but it is PT again. So this is the first PTQ for 2020. So the format today is modern. I've been playing the Whirza deck a lot, so named for Urza and Whir, thus Whirza. Whirza. Right. So this deck, if you're not familiar with it, the goal is to get Thopter Foundry in play, sacrifice a non-token artifact, create a 1/1 blue Thopter, and you gain 1 life. Sword of the Meek is a non-token artifact that you can sacrifice, and when a 1/1 comes into play, if this is in your graveyard, you can attach Sword of the Meek to that 1/1 from your graveyard. Thus, Thopter Foundry plus Sword of the Meek is pay X, gain X life, make X 1/1s. And Urza gives all artifacts you control the ability to tap and add a blue. So you tap Sword of the Meek to make 1, you sacrifice it to Thopter Foundry, you get a Thopter, you get a Sword of the Meek, and then you keep doing that. You have infinite life, infinite mana, and infinite 1/1s. And then if you're so inclined, Urza has more text, that bottom row. Pay 5, shuffle your library, flip the top card off it, you can cast it until end of turn. So you can then cast your deck if you feel like that's something you need to do. Once you have infinite life and infinite Thopters, you can keep going. So this deck has a lot of different versions. You can basically play any number of colors in the deck. The list starts with 4 Astrolabe, 4 Mox Opal. So you have this 5-color mana base just sort of available to you. The lands in this deck... Ooh, I do not want this forest in my deck. I should cut that. Glad we caught that while we're still talking about the list. So there's a lot of ways you can build this deck. This is Ely Cassis's build. He's got some cool stuff here. He has Magus the Moon that I haven't seen before. That makes a lot of sense because it's hard. Basically everyone you play against is going to bring in all of their artifact and enchantment hate anyway because your deck's full of artifacts. So actual Blood Moon would probably be easy to beat. But decks should be cutting their lightning bolts and removal spells and stuff. So Magus the Moon might have a chance of going coast to coast in the matchups where it's important. Ely has Teferis, and other than that, it's a pretty standard package. But the Magus the Moon out of the sideboard, big deal. He's playing Battle of the Bridge over Collective Brutality. This gains more life, but it's less. It has less technology. It's good in fewer matchups. But it's definitely something you can play if you're worried about burn. This is Harlan Fear's list from his Star City article this past week. He's got a bunch of Assassin's Trophies. He likes those a lot. Collective Brutalities. He's got a main deck Mystic Forge. And the basic forest is courtesy of him. This is Canister's most recent list from his stream this week. He's got 3 Whir of Invention. He's got a very different kind of sideboard. He's got Tireless Tracker, 2 Dead of Winter, a lot of removal, 2 Ashiok. Ashiok is really nice. I do plan on testing this card in future iterations of my build. And he's got Torpor Orb, which is kind of a goofball card in a deck full of things that care about creatures entering the battlefield and triggering. Like Urza has a trigger, Engineer has a trigger, Sword of the Meek is triggered by creatures coming into play. So basically all of your things are affected by Torpor Orb. But a cool thing that Canister figured out is that if you have Sword of the Meek and Thopter Foundry online, you can just sack the Torpor Orb to Thopter Foundry and then combo off anyway. So Torpor Orb on our side, we assume it's better for us and we can get rid of it when we want to. But if it's on their side and we have to figure out how to remove it, we're in a lot of trouble. So even though it's symmetrical, who controls it matters a lot, which is kind of funny. But he's got this Tireless Tracker that I'm going to try today too. And then Craig Krempels won an MCQ yesterday at the time of this recording with straight up blue-white Urza Thopter Blade. So he's got Stoneforge Mystics in his deck. Sword of the Meek is an equipment, funny enough. Perfect. And then you have this Sidestep into Batterskull if you need it. He's got Teferis. He's got 3 Whirs. And he sideboards into... This sideboard is almost transformative. Like, he just has Narset, Teferi, Detention Sphere, Dovin's Veto, Spell Pierce, Spell Snare. Like, he goes into kind of just blue-white Stoneblade, which is pretty cool. But I just put this list together today, and I have no experience playing it, and transformative sideboards are not something you want to just go raw into a PTQ with. So I'm not going to play this list today, but I do plan on playing around with it. It looks pretty sweet. Then here is the list where I've amalgamated everyone else's technology into a 75 I'm excited about. I like the Magus of the Moon a lot. I like Assassin's Trophy. Canister had a main deck Assassin's Trophy, so I moved one main. And I like Collective Brutality better than Battle at the Bridge. The Ceremonious Rejection's required. I believe all of them had... Canister did not have Ceremonious Rejection, but I'm about it. I like it. I think 2 Whirza is the right number in this kind of build. And let me just figure out what I'm going to do about this forest. And then I'll see you for round 1. This is the list. All right, so final answer. I cut the forest for a 5th island. This is Canister's mana base because I've mostly copied Canister's shell. The main deck Trophy. Having Trophy and Teferi in your deck tends to be the sticking point for a lot of lists. Some people like Teferi, some don't. I think Teferi is good, but I just don't think you can play it with Assassin's Trophy. And I'm leaning on the Trophy side today. So 5 islands, 1 mountain, 1 swamp. That's my basic spread. And we'll cast our spells off our artifacts. So round 1's going to start up soon. I'll see you there. And here we are in round 1. On the die roll, we'll take it. All right, so this hand I'm going to keep. It's got a straight line to the combo. What I mean by that is we can play Goblin Engineer on turn 2, which puts Sword of the Meek in the graveyard. Then we can play Thopter Foundry on turn 3 and start recurring Sword of the Meek. You can sacrifice this Pyrite Spellbomb to get the ball rolling. Ooh. Actually, I messed this up by playing Inventor's Fair first, but the Prismatic Vista, does that save us? Yeah, I should have led on Mountain. Yeah, Inventor's Fair being in play is a huge punt. All right, so because we need red this turn to cast Goblin Engineer, and then we need blue-black or blue-white next turn to cast Thopter Foundry. So I just have to fetch Steam Vents and take 2 damage that I wouldn't have had to if I led on Island or Mountain instead of Inventor's Fair. Or are we getting Spell Snared? Spell Snare is a powerful magic card in Modern right now. Sure are. Okay. No sweat. Yeah, there's not really a way to play around Spell Snare with this deck. All your most important cards cost 2. But getting the Engineer snared and then having room to jam Foundry is pretty nice. Because Foundry actually is a functional magic card on its own. Alright, they got Batterskull. Alright, this Inventor's Fair continuing to punish our poor play. Because now I have to spend this mana to kill Stoneforge Mystic before Batterskull's in play. And I don't get to deploy Foundry right now when the coast is clear. I do get to bauble myself, though. I have a fetch land, so this is a little extra peek. Mox Opal is my top card. I don't actually want that right now. So let's get our swamp. Kill the Stoneforge Mystic before Batterskull gets into play. Yeah, Inventor's Fair continuing to mock me. Alright, Astrolabe should fix our problems for the rest of the match. Inventor's Fair starts to become a functional land at this point. Alright, so I'm going to use my island to cast Astrolabe. And let's hope they don't have another Spell Snare. Mana Leak. Okay. That's a Magic card that's legal in Modern. It's not super common anymore, but there it is. Alright, so I'm going to crack Chromatic Star for blue. Alright, we're not looking for Mox Opal here. But it's one artifact closer to turning on Inventor's Fair. They missed a land drop, so their hand is just 6 spells. Gotta assume there's a Snapcaster around there somewhere. Like, keep an eye out for Snap Spell Snare. Urza's probably my best draw, which is usually the case in this deck, let's be honest. And just flooding out here. Yeah, all of this would be very different if I made my first land drop correctly. We're just getting burned out. Great. Because that turn where they tapped out for Stoneforge Mystic, we would have been able to resolve Thopter Foundry, and we would have a little life pad plus pressure in play right now. Sheesh. Alright, so we can activate Inventor's Fair and or Bauble here. We're also just at 7, so if they Snap Bolt, have another thing, we could lose. Alright, time to figure out what we're doing here. Let's go to the deck list. What can we get that's actually meaningful? Ensnaring Bridge, not helpful. Thopter Foundry is probably my best card to get. But if they Snap Snare, that counters that. Nile Spellbomb draws a card, but they can just Snap Bolt in response. Yeah, I think it's just Thopter Foundry. 1, 2, 3, 4, activate. 1, 2, cast. And I just have to fade another round here. Oh, I still have my land drop too, so. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Blue, black, hope this resolves. Oh, just had another Spell Snare. Okay. At least we didn't get snapped. I'll take that. Though we are likely dead. They have so many spells. Alright. I am going to cash in Bauble here for another card rather than keeping Opal on, because we have so much mana that just doesn't matter anymore. Come on, Urza. Pithing Needle's interesting. If they fetch in response, I'm going to name probably Stoneforge Mystic, or I could just name Batterskull, though that's not super helpful. I guess what Planeswalker do I think they're most likely to have? I really don't want to lose to Jace the Mind Sculptor here. just in case, let's cover Jace. Get this engineer in. If this resolves, I'm going to get Ichor Wellspring. Where are you, Wellspring? There you are. Yeah, so that'll just become like tap, draw a card. 1 red, tap, draw a card. Alright. Irrelevant. Path to Exile's fine. That's much better than them having a Snapcaster Mage or Burn spell. I don't really want to fetch into double bolt range here. Like this 7th life point is just hanging in there. We're almost out of lands too. This is basically all of them. Here we are. That Batterskull in their hand just hanging out. Alright, so I'm going to make all my land drops here to play around Mana Leak. Though now they're on Cryptic Command, if that's a card they have. So, alright. Urza's in. So you're saying there's a chance. They'll probably path in response if that's what they're up to here. So I get to fire 1 spell off the top of my deck in response to the removal spell. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have Batterskull in hand. Watery Grave is still in my deck. Alright, I'll go to 6. I want to thin at least a little bit here before I flip a spell. Do not pay 2 life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Activators in response. Alright, we got an Astrolabe, so we got another card coming. Path resolves. I have 2 basics left. We got a 4/4 that's about to become a 5/5. So we can tangle with Batterskull. And we get to draw another card. Dees. Alright, so with this fetch land in play, I'm going to bobble myself and try to manipulate my next draw step as best as I can. There's no instance in the deck that would help me here. So I'm not going to do it now. I only really get punished if they just like jam Narset. But I can attack it for 6, so that doesn't really matter. Is it Batterskull time? Alright. The skull has arrived. Goblin Engineer is my top card. Is that a card I'm interested in? What does it do? I mean, it blocks, and it also takes over the game next turn. Okay, yeah, I'm cool drawing a Goblin Engineer. All right, Engineer, let's go. Yes, I'm sure there's something I can take out of my deck. I can get a Sword of the Meek in there. So next turn I can combo off if I need to. I can weld something into Foundry. I also have protection from Snapcaster Mage now. Construct is not attacking. He's on blocking duty. Just got to fade that double bolt a couple more turns. Like 1 more turn, really. I'm not going to bust Spellbomb unless they cast Snapcaster Mage. Like, I'm not just going to try to cycle it for a card end step for value, because they can just snap in response. And if I keep their graveyard unavailable to them, I feel like I'm pretty far ahead here. Just burning me out is the way that they win this. That's the tap 2 for Snapcaster. Maybe not. Definitely a sweat here. We're so close, but we could still definitely just lose. The ghost with the most. All right. I don't care about that at all. I guess if they kill Goblin Engineer, that's actually a huge beating. Let's hope they can't do that. Nice. We got to untap. Should be able to do this from here. Ooh, and Whirza for backup. Trying to determine if there's any reason to do this now versus letting them go to their turn. I don't know. We'll just go to their turn. Let them make the first move. Probably should have attacked with Construct there. That's mostly free. Like, I'm either dead or I'm comboing. So I could have got in for 6 there. They're going to gain a bajillion life, though, so now I have to be really conscious of time, like really proactively worried about the time. Gonna lose your ghost. Alright, they're just shipping it. Get back Thopter Foundry, sacrifice Arkham's Astrolabe. They burning me out in response? That would be a bummer. Helix. Right, Helix can resolve. I can... Oh, they're Helixing my Engineer. It's too late for that, buddy. Sacrifice Astrolabe. Alright, we should have this now if I can click through it fast enough. Alright. I have found in my modern testing that my modern opponents tend to be pretty generous about scooping when they're dead, so I appreciate that. They could have made me do that and ate up some clock. Glad they didn't. Alright, so their deck counts on burn spells, so they're not going to cut their burn spells even though they're like, I don't have creatures to kill really, so Magus of the Moon is not coming in. I probably would bring in Blood Moon against this 3-color deck, but not Magus. I like Thoughtseize and Collective Brutality. Tezzeret's great against this kind of deck, because they might have Stony Silence. It's kind of awkward in this new developmental stage of Modern that decks, the same decks that want Stoneforge Mystic also want Stony Silence. So, a little awkward there. I cut Pyrite Spellbomb, Chromatic Star, Mox Opal, Welding Jar. We go a little skinnier on the combo here. I already have a trophy main. I don't need this many. Yeah, I played a local event the other day that my opponent just... He was a Stoneblade deck and just jammed it. He already had Batterskull and Sword of Fire and Ice in play, but they weren't equipped to anything, and he just jammed Stony Silence. And I just knew, like, 2 turns from now, he's going to try to equip, and he did. I informed him that's not how that works. All right, so I'm cutting... I like cutting Mox Opal in grindier matchups, especially if they might have Stony Silence, because like Lotus Petal is not a great draw against control decks anyway, and sometimes it's worse than Lotus Petal. So they're unlikely to kill me quickly. Still want Bridge. Is Fatal Push better than Galvanic Blast? Probably not, because Galv Blast can pick off Planeswalkers and their face also. Though Fatal Push can kill a Germ token, but so does Galvanic Blast if I have Metalcraft, which I should. Ooh, Damping Sphere doesn't do anything in this matchup, so I can get something else back in here. Foundry. I like Foundry because, like I said, it's a functional Magic card even when you're not comboing. Tithing Needle. They have Stoneforge Mystic, which naturally comes with a bunch of equipment, so Needle has some utility there. Alright, I like this setup. I'm going to keep this. It's got Whirza, Disruption, it's going to draw a bunch of extra cards. My opponent's on 5, Dece. Even have the basic Swamp to just Thoughtseize for free. Fetch land's a little goofy because it messes up my Mishra's Bauble. Still gonna Thoughtseize though. Let's go. If they fetch in response, then I can bobble them. Usually you want to bobble before you discard. Alright, so I'm gonna take a Braid because I don't actually care about Rest in Peace. Like, Rest in Peace seems like a card that should dumpster you, but it mostly doesn't. I shaved Goblin Engineer and a Sword of the Meek for this reason. Alright, so now I can bobble them. Show me your secrets. Spell Queller. Alright, we got Galv Blast ready to cover that. So I also shaved Chromatic Star against... because Star is really bad against both Stony and Rest in Peace. It's an easy cut. Alright, here comes the rip, I'm sure. I love working with perfect information. What a treat. Alright, there's Chromatic Star. Like I said, unfortunately, shaving it wasn't enough. It is getting me closer to Metalcraft, so I can zap this Spell Queller. That's going to be important too. Like, turn 5 Whirza, or turn 4 if I hit a Mox Opal. Alright, Pithing Needle. Let's see. They've used a Scalding Tarn. I could just proactively Needle Flooded Strand. Or I could name Stoneforge Mystic. They missed a land drop. Let's go for the throat here. How many Stone Rains can we get? Also, if they don't hit their third land, I can just jam Whirza and they won't have Spell Queller. Alright, JK. They're ready. Gonna hit Steam Vents here to get these Galvanic Blasts ready. My best draw here is Mox Opal, though I'd be totally fine with just another land. Not going to pay 2 life. I know about the Queller. Next turn I can just zap Queller, and we're good. Alright. Bolted me. Straight upstairs. I'm gonna get a basic. Hope that Queller's all they got. Alright, there's the Queller. Quell on my spell. Die. Come back to me, Whirza. Even get to cast a card off the top of our deck right away. War of Invention. Alright. This can only get zeros. You can't add extra mana to it when you flip it off Whirza. But I could get... I have lots of mana already, so I'm going to get a Bauble and just cash in an extra card here. Show me what you're working with. Force a negation right on time. Alright. At least we know about that one. I Baubled on my turn in case they jam Narset. Not sure if that's a card they have, but don't want to play against it either way. Or don't have to play into it, I should say. I don't have a choice if they're going to play into it. Or play it. Alright, they're just floating red, then not floating red anymore, multiple times. And they packed it in. Whirza overpowering fair blue decks like you do. Completely, well, not quite completely ignoring Rest in Peace, but mostly ignoring Rest in Peace. That's the sideboard strat. I'll see you for round 2. Here we are for round 2. This hand is a keeper. We got 2 lands, got Opal. We can turn on the Opal kind of slowly, but it's here. Also, checked it out between rounds. There are 411 players in this event, meaning it is going to be a 10-rounder. So we're buckling in here. Alright, Celestial Colonnade. I like seeing that because Celestial Colonnade matchups tend to be pretty positive. And they certainly have the tools to work through anything. Ooh, Seachrome Coast is a weird one. Yep, Stoneforge Mystic. To the surprise of nobody. Yeah, Seachrome Coast indicates that Stoneforge Mystic is in the deck for sure. Pirate Spellbomb once again saving us from a turn 2 Batterskull arrival. Unfortunately, it's going to delay our development, take us off this Opal. But I would rather do that than be under the gun that quickly. Yep. I'm just glad Blue-White doesn't main deck Surgical anymore after the Phoenix and Hogak rotations. I was not a fan of that universe we were living in for a while there. Alright, so if they counter this, that's one less counter to deal with Whirza next turn. Just going to bend the sword. And hope that they actually don't main deck Surgical anymore. They shouldn't. Most don't. But Magic the Gathering. Alright. Big fan of getting Path to Exiled here. Just ramps us straight up into Whirza. Like, the Goblin already did his job there. So, like, putting Sword in the graveyard, getting a card out of their hand, and then also... Oh, this looks like a Jace. Gross. Alright, here comes Jace. So, slamming Whirza here is an easy one, easy choice. I'm going to fetch Watery Grave. That's the color I don't have yet. It gives them a target for Field of Ruin, but whatever. I'm not super concerned about that. So they can't Force of Negation Whirza, which is pretty sweet. Oh, if I play Inventor's Fair, Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Crap. That's a great target for Field of Ruin. Whoops. I'm going to play this Damping Sphere out just to get another artifact, even though I think it's going to hurt me more than help me. But that turns on Opal if they remove Urza. It makes Construct bigger. Turns on Inventor's Fair. So it puts him into a little bit of a squeeze. I'd be stoked if they force him Negation it. That would be so nice. Damping Sphere also taxes Snapcaster Mage pretty well. So we'll see what they want to do about this. This hesitation has to be either they're AFK or they have a force. Alright, it's in. Definitely should not have played Adventure Sphere, though. That was stone wrong. Easy target for Field of Ruin now. Yeah, I think I could have just won the game next turn if I played out Steam Vents that turn. Or Island. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, pretty close. Every land drop matters. That's twice in two matches so far that I have punted by playing my fair at the wrong time. Right, untapping with Urza is Dece plus. Means we get to fire some stuff off the top of our deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Astrolabe. That gets an extra card. Gotta watch out for this Damping Sphere, though, unfortunately. Like, Bobble's gonna cost 1 here. And I don't get to crack off with Urza again. I do get to attack this Jace, though. Bridge would cost 5. Yep. Alright. Can't cast Bridge either. Don't think I'd want to, but I can't, just in case I did. Probably should have bobbled on my turn. Play around Narset, which they probably have. Though this being an extra mana, I will bobble on their end step if they don't play Narset. Right, Path to Exile. Okay. That's a bummer. But whatever. Have another Jace on top. They probably won't by their next turn. Ooh, Thopter Foundry. That's a powerful magic card. So they can cast Cryptic Command. There's nothing I can do about it. I could try to bait them with this bridge, see if they care about it. Like if they're planning to win with Colonnade. I can't imagine they care about that, though. Unfortunately, we're just under the gun from this Jace. Or else I would just take my time here. Alright, hope we don't lose. If this resolves, we should be way ahead. I just don't think that it will. Yeah, the hard cast force negation, that's fine. Alright, now we're in hard mode, facing down Jace. At least these Colonnades aren't going to crack at us. But they don't have to. Also turns off Batterskull, having bridge. Just going to bust this for blue right away. If I draw Galvanic Blast, I might be able to kill off Jace. This gets me an extra card and messes with Snapcaster Mages, so I like that. Just going to leave it in play. We got one basic left. The train keeps rolling. Alright, so we don't actually know either of these cards anymore. They've brainstormed so many times. Alright, I'm going to take my time on this one. Try to find like an Whirza to bait this out. Like something that they'd want to counter. Which probably means I'll just crack off Spellbomb in their end step this time. If they want to snap opt-in response, I'm comfortable with that exchange. Alright, this one is actually just strip mine. I'm out of basics. Let's get our desperate dig on here. Vendilion Click. Alright, that's going to strip my Thopter Foundry, I'm sure. Oh, they left it. Alright. They are set up. They don't even care. That was the best possible draw in the world. So if they counter this, that's going to mess with... Damping Sphere might mess up their second counterspell. Alright, I do have to tap the correct amount and color of mana here. And so they could pay 5 for a Cryptic here because they pitched to force. Alright, Spell Snare also works. Gets the job done. They're certainly taking their time actually defeating me though. Like this Jace could be plussing. Though, if they have any out at all to Ensnaring Bridge, they're probably doing the right thing by just drawing. 3 of my Foundries are accounted for. 2 of them are in exile. 1's still on the deck. 1's in the graveyard. Alright. This awesome combo from Legacy where you Stoneforge up a Batterskull, you brainstorm it away, then you just get it back again. Ooh, Feast and Famine. Alright. You don't even care. Alright, I have 1 land left in my deck. So I'm going to go get it. Only drawn spells from here. JK. There's also this land. Alright, now it's time to just get that F6 value. See how long we can make this game last. Cryptic, okay. Glad I didn't play my Mox Opal. Because this sword is about to eat one of my things. We are out of fetchable lands. This Misty Rainforest is just... I just wanted to get my hand empty for bridge. Or lower. Low enough. Alright, they tapped out for this. They've already played 2 Force of Negations. I don't... Oh, no, they're not tapping out. They have Sword of Feast and Famine. Never mind. That card is very good. I'm going to play this because I am required to. Just dead if I don't. Yep, there's the Sword of Feast and Famine. I can't bobble now because I would just lose it to Sword. I am just dead on board if they fire up their Colonnade, though. So I should have bobbled in case I draw Galvanic Blast. That was bad. Alright, and we are deceased. Showed me 3 Force Negations that game. That's good to know. Alright, so Magus of the Moon's going to be really good against this deck. Tezzeret's great. Tracker's probably great. I want my discard spells. Oh, is this the full transformation? Is it happening? Right, so Welding Jar's out. Let me see if I can get these in a pile. Alright, so Trophy's also really good against Planeswalkers. Alright, so Star, Opals. The Opal's out because you don't want a Lotus Petal, and you definitely don't want a Brick if they have Stony. Chromatic Star out because it's bad against both Stony and the other thing, Rest in Peace. Cut one of the swords, it's bad against Rest in Peace and Stony. Ichor Wellspring is still good. Though, do I need Wellspring if I'm bringing in Tireless Tracker? I've never played with this card before. It's brand new to me. Oh, Damping Sphere. That hurt me more than it helped me last game. That one can definitely go. I haven't had this in my main deck in a while. I'm probably going to forget it's there every single sideboard. Alright, I got to cut one more to get these cards in. And another one if I want these pushes or trophies. Blast kills everything Push does in this matchup. And some extra stuff. Trophy can destroy Planeswalkers, though, which is a huge deal. I definitely still want Ensnaring Bridge. Pithing Needle's great. They didn't actually show me a Snapcaster, but they gotta have them, right? Maybe another Engineer is going. Though, if I think they're gonna bring in Rest in Peace, I should cut my Spellbomb for a trophy. Alright, that looks like a presentable deck to me. My Spellbombs are gone. Whirza is just for combo pieces. Alright, yeah. That's kind of transformational. That's a totally different deck than I presented last game. Worth noting is the Tireless Tracker plus Magus of the Moon combo with no basic forest, so I'm actually counting on my artifacts to get me there. I'm going to keep this. I wish it had another land, but I get to draw 2 more cards with Astrolabe. I get to Thoughtseize on turn 2. Like, this hand is pretty good. It does need to hit a bunch of land drops, though. Alright, another look. Land. Got there. Never didn't have it. Alright, so I'm going to Thoughtseize first. And then play the other Astrolabe. Path to Exile, Spell Snare, and a whole lot of non-basic lands. My goodness. I'm going to take this path and hope that we find the 3rd land and we can just Magus them out. That would be bananas. All right. That's not quite what I wanted, though that is an easy one for Collective Brutality. They'll probably play a Colonnade this turn, yep. Come on, land. Let's go, deck. Dece. All right, I'm going to get a Swamp and hopefully win the game. Wow, that's nasty. Held a handful of mountains over there. Colonnade, here comes Sword. Foundry. I'm just going to double up here. I don't want them to find an easy way out. I could have gone for Foundry or Engineer this turn and tried to set up the combo next turn, but I think this is going to be good enough. Like, they have to find a basic and something to do with it before they're dead. Take a look here. They're drawing Flooded Strand. Don't care about that. Oh, cool. If we draw a land, we just win. We just Whirza combo immediately. Alright, they drew basic plane, so removal spells could happen. They also have Force of Negation in their deck. See if they're dead, or if we get Force of Negation. Nope. Alright, cool. Yeah, Magus of the Moon, so good. That was some serious cheese, and I'm here for it. So I actually think that I want 2 swords, even after board, because they showed me 3 Force of Negations game 1. I should have thought about that. Force of Negation exiles the card. So if they force my 1 sword, my combo is just off. This is not a world I want to live in. I think maybe Engineer is the last cut. So I still have the 2 Whirs to go get the sword. I have this mostly graveyard proof alternate plan. Yeah, I'm into that. Let's do it. Alright, I have Disruption, I have land drops. Got Tezzeret and Thopter Foundry. We have a path to victory, is what I'm saying. They're on the mulligan. Pithing Needle. I don't think they would let me just hit their fetch with that, so I'm just going to save it until I see a Planeswalker I'm scared of. I bet they'll fetch a basic here. Imagine that. Alright, there's Stoneforge Mystic. Feast and Famine. Alright, so I can Collective Brutality here, -2 and Duress mode, and I get absolutely blown out by Force of Negation, but I'm in great shape against anything else, basically. I'm going to get Steam Vents, because I'm going to cycle this for black this turn. Oh, backup Brutality. Okay. Cast with Escalate for 2 modes. Target opponent reveals their hand, and target creature gets -2/-2. Cast, target you, target this, and I'm going to discard this bonus Tezzeret. Alright, just instantly resolved. Nice. Alright, disenchant, path to exile, Snapcaster Mage. I'll take the disenchant. Alright, so if we hit our land drops, we'll be okay from here. So looking for lands. Bummer. Alright, I'm just going to Pithing Needle, Sword of Feast and Famine. Though I do have a removal spell ready, so maybe that's not even good. Maybe I should just name Jace. Because they want to go for this, the no value snap. Oh, the sword's not even in play. They have nothing. All right. We're good. Come on, lands. Yeah. All right, it's getting rough here. Tireless Tracker, the ultimate insult when you're already looking for lands. Your card that cares about you playing more lands. Nice. You want to force some negation this? You probably should. Let's take a look. All right, they're drawing Colonnade. We're drawing more Thopter Foundries. Come on, deck. Not like this. All right, we get another peek. My God. All right. So I think this is enough Thopter Foundries. The problem is that Surgical Extraction is just a straight up Hymn to Turok. I'll discard Tracker. That one is a long way away from being useful. And I don't care if they extract it. We're in. I can just start jamming Foundries. I have so many of them. I don't even care if they get countered. I mean, I would care if they, like, extract it now. That would be annoying. But getting counterspells out of their hand is a big game right now. Alright, so they have 5 mana now. They could end step Snap and then go for Sword, Equip, Smash. But they get wrecked by Galvanic Blast if they go for that. Because you can't force some negation for free on your own turn. And then they'd be tapped out going into 4 mana for me. We know 3 other cards. Alright, they're in the tank about what they want to do here. The answer is probably just Field of Ruin. I stand corrected. Alright, they're going to disenchant probably my Needle. Alright, yep, Needle's dead. Hope they don't slam Jace. I really hope they just go for the sword here. Equip the sword. Equip the sword. Yes. Alright, deck. Give me that 4th land. Let's jam an Urza while they're tapped out. Alright. It's go time, kids. Can't force a negation this. We know they have the path, but Urza leaves value behind. That's kind of his whole thing. Unfortunately, I can't make black mana right now or white to get a foundry into play too while the coast is clear. I have another brutality at the ready, so I can clear this stone forge. Or probably not. They're gonna equip it, I bet. They didn't equip it. Okay. Alright, so I can cast a Thopter Foundry and see what happens. Alright, yeah, Spell Snare is fine. I wanted that to get snared so I could Brutality this Stone Forge. I'm just going for -2 mode because I want all the cards in my hand. And Construct getting in. They can hardcast Batterskull next turn. Guess I could have escalated that to check for Force Negation to clear for Tezzeret on this turn. But I kind of like the idea of just parading Thopter Foundries into play until one of them sticks. Ooh, definitely like that too. Snapcaster's a pretty big beating. They can snap snare this. Not impressed. So hardcast force coming. Hardcast force. Alright, we're all in. This is every Thopter Foundry in my deck is now been on the stack. Right, this one's stuck. Gonna get in for my 3. Even if they like Snapcaster, end step, and try to equip, I can block with my Astrolabe. Again, I can turn it into a Thopter. They tap out for Batterskull. I'm just gonna jam Whirza for Sword. And if they do nothing, I'll just Whirza in their end step and then untap and Tezzeret on the next turn cycle. Vendilion Click. Hopefully they target themselves, because my hand's real good. Bummer. Alright. They know what they're up against now. Just 2 game enders. Alright, they were more worried about Whirza. Probably because it's an instant. Well, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. I don't have enough mana to Magus and Tezzeret. But they can't. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. They can purge either one. Then the question is, which one would I rather have in play? Alright, so this is black and green. Thopters are blue, so we're safe there. I think I'm just going to go for Tez. Mana leak, tilt. Okay. You got me. Alright, I'm going to bash here. I can make 2 blockers next turn if I need to. I'd rather just chump than try to trade. But if they sword, I can't trade anyway. But I will turn my Astrolabe into a Thopter. That's a no-brainer. Yeah, if they want to Path to Exile this, I can't even wait for that to happen. Cool. Alright, I have black. I don't have green. Have to sack the Foundry here, which is kind of a bummer. That's all my Foundries accounted for. We're again back to Whirza being the best draw. Construct is a sad little 1/1. Right on time. Alright. Moon Magus, Moon Magus. Make me a moon. This is going to be tough to get through, though. It's like blue mana is just off. Or green mana is just off, I mean. We are in a race. Which I'm currently winning, but when they cast Batterskull next turn, that won't be the case anymore. Alright, so I need Astrolabe into Assassin's Trophy, basically. That's my plan here. Astrolabe, tilt. Alright, we're in some amount of trouble now. Might just be dead. They can make V-Click a 9-power creature. That Foundry... Yeah, the turn that I got my Tezzeret mana leaked was rough. Like, I could have just played around mana leak by playing Magus, and then on the following turn they wouldn't have any blue mana. I can still win with a Whir of Invention. Alright, so I'm just going to block here. I could... It kind of sucks, because my best draw requires green mana, but also letting my Magus die turns on all of their stuff. So Bridge and Whir are my draws here. Certainly not Polluted Delta. Alright, we're dead. Lame. That was close, but... Yeah, that mana leak. When they left me with Tezzeret, I should have known they had something. I should have thought about that. Just played around more things than I did. Ugh. Alright, time to win 11 in a row from here. See you next round. And here we are with round 3. This hand is a keeper. It's not often you get to tap Mox Opal on turn 1. Like, this isn't like Affinity or KCI where that would just happen some amount of the time. Like, this is the rare turn 1 2 mana. So I'm probably just gonna cast Goblin Engineer, bin a sword, and then draw 2 cards. Ooh, my opponent conceded. They mulled to 4 and left the game. I wonder if they're on, like, Dredge or Tron. They got to be on some sort of... Alright, so you mull to 4 and you scoop. What deck would go to 4 but then can't win from there? I think Dredge would have kept going. Like, Dredge could conceivably function on 3. Tron could also just, like, make it happen on 3 cards. I think I'm going to sideboard as if they are Dredge. Or maybe Storm, perhaps? Storm. I think Storm is the most likely deck that would mulligan that low, but then be unable to win from there. And then, like, if they were just like a fair deck that mulled to 4 and like didn't think they could win, they might have still played it out. But there's some sort of linear strategy. They did not want me to know what they are. So I think Storm is the most likely confluence of truths based on what we just witnessed. All right. How do I beat Storm while still hedging that they might be a different deck? All right, so Storm is a rough matchup, and that just is true. All right, so I definitely want all my discard in. If they're doing anything busted, I want to have my discard in. So Welding Jar I can cut, because they don't know what I'm doing either, unless they just like recognize my username or something. All right, I'm gonna cut Pithing Needle, Pyrite Spellbomb. Probably not gonna be able to bridge for value if they are Storm. Like I'd have to be all the way empty. Ichor Wellspring, I probably won't have time for that against any deck that would mull that low and then scoop. Maybe I'll bring in one Magus just in case they are Tron. Weird stuff's going on. Though if they are Dredge, I'm going to really want this bridge. Maybe leaving bridge in over Magus. Alright, I'm going to do this. Oh, I get one more card. Oh, right, because I got an Assassin's Trophy too. Magus, just in case. Alright. So, brought in all of my discard spells, which I bring in against everything broken, and then one of each card against alternative broken strategies, I guess. Alright, my opponent's already on 6. I'm going to keep this because it just wins on turn 4 if they don't do anything to stop me. And I don't know what they're doing, so. Oh, Affinity. Like actual factual. Okay. Wonder if I'm dead. Okay, Vault Scourge is fine there. Alright, so just gotta get my mana set up, I guess. Gotta hope that their last 2 cards in hand aren't Gradial Plating. Like, even Ravager is okay. Alright, Etch Champion. A 2/2 is fine. They were certainly right to concede, because I have boarded definitely weirdly as a result of their Game 1 actions. But I'll just, combo up on turn 3 here, and then go all the way off on turn 4, unless they have something disruptive. And if they do, they would have had to know what decks I play, which is reasonable because I do have like a couple finishes and wrote an article and stuff, so I would believe it. So I'm going to fetch for a basic. See how deep they want to go on this Etch Champion. Can they put me on a 2-turn clock? They're in for 3. They can make it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like they're making some kind of move here. Important to note that the Thopter Foundry Thopters are blue, so they cannot block Etch Champion. Though if they go all the way in, then it won't have protection anymore, but that would be insane. Okay, that one is damage neutral. Are they just building a giant boat here? Alright, they've decided a 6/6 is big enough. I disagree. Alright, here we are. If their last cards in hand are like Cranioplating Mana Source, that could get me. Alright, that's no longer the case. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, Galvanic Blast isn't lethal here. Can't block. Ooh, Galvanic Blast is lethal if I play my land untapped. That's pretty awkward. Alright, so I could just duress mode them. Alright, what does that do? So if I Collective Brutality to duress and -2, or duress and gain 2, then I go to 8, then I go to 4. I can make 1 Thopter, I go to 5 and still lose. I could also just whir for bridge. Does that do anything? Alright, what's in my deck? Bridge is still in my deck. Cooling Jar, Imping Sphere. Yeah, none of these things gain me 2 life. Maybe I just have to play this land and hope that they don't have Galvanic Blast. I think that is the answer. If I just gain 2, then I'm at 4, 5, 6. I'm dead for Xaxes. Or I still have to shock to do that. Yeah, I just have to do this. And hope they don't have Blast. And of course they do. Yeah, alright. I couldn't play around it. It's fine. Alright. Did I have Whir for Bridge there? I might have not counted my Thopter and Sword. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think I could have Word for Bridge there. I might have just thrown that. Alright, but now we know what they're doing. So, removal spells pile in here. Like all of them. Magus the Moon's out. Ceremonious Rejection, probably good enough. Thoughtseize is out. Collective Brutality is out. Damping Sphere is out. Yeah, I definitely think I miscounted by 1 and could have Word for Bridge last game. Bummer. Alright. 100% my fault if I lose this one at this point. Alright, Pirate Spellbomb back in. You can kill Etch Champion. Engineer is good for speed. Opal's good for speed. I don't think they're going to be able to remove a sword permanently, so I can go 1 less there. So the engineer will always just get sword. And Nile Spellbomb doesn't do anything in this matchup. Alright, let's go. Alright, we can draw a bunch of cards and play a bunch of, and remove stuff and counter stuff. Alright. This hand's off to a good start. Can also tap Opal for mana on turn 1. Not bad. My opponent kept a 6 this time. Let's hope they don't play Mind Break Trap. Who's the affinity deck now? Nexus Drum, cool. Opal, fine, that's not on yet. Now it is. Okay. Ravagerino. I'm gonna reject this. Because I can push Inkmoth or most things that I care about. Pushing Ravager is weird though. Alright, let's see what you're up to. What a twist. Old Memnite Chamelin over there. Alright, more removal spells, I like that. More lands, okay. Alright, so they have 2 cards in hand plus Memnite. And we have 2 removal spells. Okay, they're attacking for 1 poison. I can live with this. I'm not going to react to this. Not yet. Like, I got a lot of room here to work with before I'm dead to poison. Watery Grave. I'm just going to keep playing it slow. I'm going to win any game where I don't die. Which is my way of saying I am the control deck. They've made it clear they don't have much going on over there. Alright, more poison. How about an Whirza? Oh, I'll take a Thopter Foundry too. Alright, so this turns Opal back on, gives me a bunch of blockers. I can start trading off for Inkmoth Nexus, Nexuses, Negsweezes. Also Star Trigger when it triggers when it dies, so I can get a Thopter and draw a card off of that. Which is super nice. Cranial Plating. Okay. I got blockers to work through that. I can... Oh, they're just not interested. Oh, here comes the attacks. Oh, they can... No? Yeah, they can equip at instant speed. So I'm going to put a blocker in front of Memnite, and then I'm just going to kill Ornithopter. Oh, more removal spells. Not bad. Yeah, so they have to take a damage to move that over. Let's kill that thing. Alright, now every artifact trades with an Inkmoth Nexus that we draw. How about Whirza? Alright, sweet. We got another cantripping Thopter blocker here. They have 2 cards in hand. Like, Etch Champion is the scariest thing they have, and there it is. Okay, so I can make a Thopter in response. That gives me a couple draws. Or I can draw a Ceremonious Rejection. Alright. So now we're going to need to find... So they have 1, 2, 3, 4. This thing has 6 power. They can make it 7, 8. Alright. Alright, there's Whirza. Never upset to see that guy. Gotta cast Astrolabe first because it requires snow mana. Construct can block. Etch Champion. That is a colorless creature. This should shut the door pretty well for us. They have one card in their hand. It would have to be like Dismember to kill. Is Dismember good enough? Oh. Okay. I don't even care about that. The Construct was the important one. Am I casting any other spells right now? I could turn Astrolabe into a Thopter in response. That's probably something I want to do. Okay. So they're hellbent. We have the shields up. I didn't attack with my Thopter because I don't want to get randomly cheesed by poison. Alright, Vault Scourge is not what they were looking for. Ooh, Inventor's fair. That's not very fair. I can search for Sword next turn and then just go bananas. And I'm still just holding all this removal for this turn. Yeah, okay. We should be okay here. This Dismember still lets them start attacking. Nope, alright, they just scooped. Yeah, much like the old KCI versus Affinity matchup, this matchup is really good. Like, we're both just goldfishing game 1, and then we bring in a million removal spells game 2. This is only the second time I've played against Affinity because it's not a very popular deck anymore, but it felt mostly the same both times, so we're just way ahead and outclassing everything they're doing. So that was a clean one. See you next round. All right, here we are for round 4. We would like to be on the play, and I would like to keep this hand. We've got the whole combo here. We just need to hit our land drops and get there. So I'm going to lean on Island. I'm going to learn from my mistakes last time, but I will be able to have this Opal active on turn 2. I could also crack Star for Foundry on turn 2. So I could play the Sword and just have Opal active and go for Foundry on the following turn. Or I could crack Star for Opal. There's a lot of options here. Get all these things into play. My opponent's on 6. We don't know what they're up to yet. They're on Island Go. All right. So this will turn on the Opal right away. I'm going to go for Sword first. Oh, they are Blue Tron. My goodness. All right. What do I do about Blue Tron? I'm not going to jam this Whirza into a Condescend, that's for sure. All right, so Force of Negation or Mana Leak would both get this. Remand does not get this. But it does stop me from making any Thopters for a turn. Alright, here we are. Battle Cruiser operational. So they have their second land there. All right, so should be able to win here. Let's see what we got. Remand would deny me the win. They can't condescend this. They can mana leak this. But if they just have nothing, then we're in Thopter Town. They're mapping in response. I can't imagine that's useful. There's some sort of counterspell land that I don't know exists. Oh, they're just showing me that they had Tron if they weren't already dead. Okay. So I'm just going to click through this a lot. I'm going to pause recording. Not going to make you watch that. All right, so welcome back. I just clicked for almost 14 minutes. I had to get to take them off Tron because I would have died to Oblivion Stone or Ugin. So I had to cast spells off the top of my deck until I hit Oblivion Ring, or until I hit Assassin's Trophy to take them off Tron. Let's just go. This is definitely the most creatures I've ever attacked with on Magic Online. I hope they don't have a fog or something. Okay, they're dead. Woo! That was a mess. So that's one of the problems with playing this deck on Magic Online. Pretty much the big problem is there's no way to demonstrate an infinite loop on Magic Online. Like in real life, I would have just said like infinite mana, start flipping cards off my deck till I hit a way to take you off Tron, like Damping Sphere, Assassin's Trophy. So, but unfortunately, on Magic Online, that's what you got to do. All right, so we got 11 minutes to win one of the next two games. All right, removal, not important. Ways to take them off Tron, very important. Hopefully we don't even need Ensnaring Bridge. They don't really use their graveyard. Shouldn't be anything to Pyrite Spellbomb. Piling Needle's great against Tron. I'm going to get rid of Welding Jar. Maybe Jar's good. I'm not sure. Damping Sphere, one of the best. Wellspring. I think the matchup's going to be faster than Wellspring really allows for. Chromatic Star. I like cutting one of those a lot of the time. I don't even know what Blue Tron really has in it. Like if we can just stay up, keep them from Oblivion Stoning or Uganing us, I think we're going to win. But we also got to win quickly-ish. All right, I'm going to cut a sword. Maybe I want Tireless Tracker over Foundry. All right, so I'm just on the beatdown plan here. I don't know if it's right. Maybe I'm more nervous about my clock than I should be. Hopefully, oh, look at this 1-2 punch. Old Damping Sphere into Moon Magus. We got Ass Trophy at the ready. All right, hopefully this hand is good enough. And hopefully we don't have to spend any time comboing off. Snap Keep. Opponent's on 6. Chalice on 0. Okay. I don't actually care about that. Hopefully me playing land go makes them think I care about that, but I secretly don't. Alright, so I'm going to fetch now while I can. I'm hopefully casting Magus next turn. So I want to get my basics out now. Alright, so they can't Tron me here. They can cast counter spells, though, which are pretty annoying. I also don't have a source of green. Right, I'll lead on Engineer. Also miles away from this Word of Invention. Magus of the Moon pulling us in some weird directions here. Alright, so I'm going to bin the sword. No, I'll bin a Mox Opal. I just don't want that card in my deck. Thirst for Knowledge, okay. I really want them to just tap out for something that doesn't kill me. If I can sneak this Magus in, we're going to be okay. A little worried about Oblivion Stone, because that's a way just out of everything. Tron can just always O-Stone you. I could Whir for Pithing Needle if I get another blue source in play in response to O-Stone, which would save me a lot of stress. I don't know if Blue Tron's actually good, but I'm certainly annoyed that I have to play around counter spells and not just jam this Magus. They discarded Ugin and Field of Ruin. Okay. It's good that this was just a filter. They did not actually go up on cards. They didn't have an artifact they wanted to discard there. And dumping the Ugin means that they don't have a way to answer Damping Sphere right now. Or else they would just bounce this, untap Ugin, and GG. Cast a spell. Cast a spell. What would I want them to do? I don't know if they play like Compulsive Research. Trying to figure out what spell they would tap out for right now. Oh, yes. Show me Potato Salad. Oh, I should have waited a turn. Shit, my Sphere, I can't Magus right now. That was loosey-goosey. Condescend for 3. Okay. No. Alright, mistakes were made. Multiple mistakes. They topped their Condescend. It's a little worrisome. Got so excited to slam that Magus. Oh dear. That could be a problem. So I can't cast Assassin's Trophy until Karn is gone, because all of my green sources are artifacts. I guess they're deciding what they want to do with this Karn. Do they plus on nothing? Do they minus and hope it sticks around? And Magus wouldn't have even stopped that. Ooh, that's a good one. Beep, boop. Bop. Magus of the Moon. And Pithing Needle. Naming Karn the Great Creator. So I'll attack Karn. I'm going to need my artifacts back online at some point. Because now they know that they're safe to just like jam Worm Coil or some messed up thing. Alright, so main phase Thirst. Damping Sphere is going to tax their follow-up if they have one. They're very close to just 7 mana though, just cast Big Karn the hard way. I messed up that Thoughtseize turn so bad. Should have at least made my land drop before going for it, so I could have paid for a Condescend. Yuck. Alright, they had an artifact to discard. They did get card advantage there. All attack Karn. They missed their land drop though, which is I'm sure why they cast their card on their turn. Alright, so next turn, barring any nonsense, I should be able to attack Karn. Oh no. Is this nonsense? Is this Worm Coil? Mindslaver. Okay. So I can attack Karn. Whir for something that taps for green. Attack Karn. Attack my opponent. Alright, so I'm going to whir for Astrolabe. And then I can trophy their Mindslaver. That gives them another basic, which is kind of lame. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Well, luckily for me, I can't actually cast the card in my hand. So unless they draw me in Astrolabe, this Mindslaver is not going to do a whole lot. Or that's not true. They could well Damping Sphere into Mox Opal, but they're under Moon and Sphere. Or, okay, yeah. I don't have enough artifacts. If they could well Damping Sphere into Mox Opal, draw a 1-mana artifact, and... Oh, trophy only targets opponents' things. I'm doing all this math for nothing. Alright. Dece. Alright, so I'm going to attack my opponent with just Magus. The reason for that is I want to weld Needle into Opal at the end of this turn, so then I can reset the Needle on something else on the following turn. Okay, so they have my next turn. So now I definitely don't want to make an Opal. I guess it doesn't matter because... No, I just don't want to make an Opal, yeah. I'm going to deny them options. Alright, so they have my turn. Drew the Opal, but that's fine because they have Chalice. Yeah, this is not the best Mindslaver I've ever seen. Yeah, what they really wanted to do was like stick Worm Coil that turn so they could ram my Magus into it. But unless they play like Snapcaster Mage, that's going to be tough to do. They could weld Damping Sphere into Mox Opal, but that just doesn't do anything unless they also answer Magus. Though if they have if their hand is like exactly Bounce Spell, oh dear, do they have a Snapcaster? tapping my mana for their spell. Ooh, if I had played Scalding Tarn last turn, I could Assassin's Trophy on their turn, even if they kill my Magus. So I may have messed this up somehow. Nimble Obstructionist. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, if I had played Scalding Tarn last turn, I would be in much better shape right now. Alright, they got one card in their hand they get to slam here. And they still have to weld my sphere out for this to work. Oh, they played my Scalding Tarn. Oh, they're going to fetch and fail to find. Duh. Yeah. They're going to do the same thing. They're going to take a screenshot of my deck, fail to find. They're probably going to... Oh. Or just give me this. They don't realize that trophy... Oh, they're just going to trophy something irrelevant to ramp themselves. Okay. They can't fail to find on my fair because I don't have 3 artifacts. That Nimble Obstructionist was clutch. Let's see what their big payoff was. They can spew this Mox into their Chalice too. Hopefully they don't think of just killing something irrelevant, like killing the Chalice with Assassin's Trophy. But they probably will think of that. You don't play Blue Tron without a lot of love, so I'm sure they'll see any lines that I'd be worried about. Oh, that Obstructionist. Bad times. At least I know to play around Nimble Obstructionist now, jeez. What a crazy card. Alright, there goes the Opal. And there goes the trophy on the irrelevant land, just upgrading their non-basic island into a basic island. Alright, they have 1 card in their hand and 1 card off the top with which to destroy me here. The coast is clear. If I get another turn, I can weld back my Damping Sphere, but I can't imagine Tron has drawn this many cards and just has nothing. Though that would be pretty sweet. Oh, that's a big not nothing. Oh, they just... Oh, right. Awesome. Oh, they still have Chalice. All right, let's get Damping Sphere back up here. All right, Karn is still needled. But they're at 7 mana now, so like all the things that they normally try to Tron out on turn 3, they can just cast here on turn 11 instead. And if they can remove Needle, I just lose. Alright, yep, there it is. Wait, no they can't, because... Even if they wish for a Lattice, they can't cast it this turn because they're under Damping Sphere, and both because they cast a spell already and because these tap for 1. So that didn't actually do a whole lot. They do get to wish for something though. If they have like another Chalice that they could like redeploy on 1, that would be rough to play through. All right. They're making a wish. There's the Lattice that they can't cast. I hope. Even if they bounce Damping Sphere, Lattice is going to cost 8 then. Okay, cool. I can live with a thirst for knowledge. I hope they discard Lattice. That would be so funny. Discarded 2 extra Tron lands. So they have Lattice and some mystery cards here. Alright, so I think I'm just dead anyway. Wait, no, that's not true. Okay. So I can name Karn the Great Creator. So it can't plus anymore. So I can slowly attack it down over the next few turns. Assuming they have nothing to follow up their Lattice with. I'll go get my Steam Vents. Alright, it's go time. It's racing. Can they do anything about this Goblin Engineer in the next 2 turns, basically? We're gaining life now. For sure. I have way more than 3 artifacts at this point. Don't do stuff. Don't do stuff. Okay, that'll do. Alright, I'm gonna F6 my way through the rest of this to get a little clock back after they made me combo them game 1. I'm not gonna make you watch that though. Okay, so we died. Galvanic Blast can pressure Karn. I think we might want that back. Alright, now that I know they have Karn, I definitely want to go slimmer on this Thopter combo. Collective Brutality is not good. Like, if it was actual duress, like non-creature spell, it would be good, but instant or sorcery is like, I could mess with their counter spells, I guess, but not even sure if I want to do that. I'm also going to shave an Opal. That got really grindy. Alright. I like that plan. It just got edged out a little bit there. Alright, on the play. Got a Magus of the Moon, Damping Sphere again. Snap Keep. I'm going to bauble myself and then decide if I want that card before I fetch. Prismatic Vista. I do not want that card. This is a lot of lands. Had about enough of those. Turn to D-Sphere again. Let's hope to slow him down a bit. Don't play an island, don't play an island, don't play an island. Yes. Alright, we're going to get to jam Magus here. They can't Force of Negation that. They can search for a basic island in response to Magus, though. It's kind of a bummer. I also should have fetched there with Vista. It's the last chance I'm going to get for that. Oh, they got Power Plant anyway. They must have an island. Yep, there it is. Ooh, Talisman. Okay. They're prepared to play a Blood Moon related game. Alright, so this actually does matter. I'm gonna bin. Just gonna bin the sword. Guess I should have bobbled them first to get a little more information about that. All right, they're drawing a mine. Okay. My best draw. Ooh, Urza's a good draw. I was gonna say my best draw is Ceremonious Rejection, but I'm never gonna complain about an Urza. There's Karn. Let's hope we can beat this guy. Make it 2-2. Fair. Oh, Construct. It's kind of small now. Can get pretty big though. Oh, JK, it's dead. So I can weld Sphere into Bauble in the end step to draw an extra card. Because I have Magus in play anyway. Sphere is only hurting me, I think. Oh shit, never mind. Cancel, cancel, cancel. My opponent has Karn in play. I'm definitely not about to weld into a Bauble. Alright, there's that. Here's this. Urza, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll pay 1 to Whir. Get another Bauble just in case someday. Yeah, if they can answer. Oh, this is a really tricky board state. I'm not excited that I have 4 minutes to navigate it. But Urza's popping off here. I'm not going to cast that. I will cast that. Yeah, clock is definitely my biggest enemy here. I think they're pretty close here too to being able to safely Karn and just get the lattice. And then Karn can just take a big punch and then I lose. Like Karn can go wish for lattice, go to 6. They play a lattice. I attack Karn for 4. And Karn survives for the future. Teleria West. I'm sure that gets something messed up that I can't beat. Could get like Engineered Explosives or Chalice of the Void. Let's go Urza. I'm looking for Assassin's Trophy. Ooh, I'll take a Tezzeret though. That one puts my opponent on notice that they're in trouble. Can't condescend this. Remand works though. Getting force of negation. Okay. They must have drawn the force off of the remand. That's the only thing that makes sense there. Alright, they're going for the lattice. Oh, there it is. I'm sure they've done this math better than I have, but... Oh god, I'm getting obstructionized. Oh no, it's thirst for knowledge, okay. That's fine. Alright, time to see if I can F6 through this game faster than my opponent can. Alright, yeah, I'm just hitting F6 the rest of this game. I'm not going to make you watch that. I'll let you know what happens. They had spatial contortion immediately for my Magus. Karn is a big problem for our deck. No doubt about it. Yeah, Tron is a tough matchup. Like regular green Tron is a problem, and Blue Tron adds counter spells. It's possible I could have won that game 1 if I sequenced that Thoughtseize turn better. Or game 2. But... yeah, this game, we did what we wanted. We curved Damping Sphere straight into Magus, and they just had Karn. They answered our construct right away, so we couldn't even pressure Karn. Whirza hit a couple bricks along the way, but we had Whirza chugging. Like, not a whole lot more I could ask for that game than what actually happened. So, you didn't get cheesed. Those were 3 real games, but... oh well, they just beat us this time. See you next round. Here we are for round 4. I got 2 lands, a bunch of cantrips. I'm keeping it. Got the half of the combo that we play fewer copies of. So, this is a keeper. Wait, Windswept Teeth. We haven't seen one of those yet today. Oh, it got an island. Never mind. Is this poison? It is poison. Good thing I have one of my 2 removal spells in my opening hand. Yeah, so... turn 2, I don't think is likely. Time to Google modern Infect decks. Like, I would rather cast Astrolabe this turn for sure than just bolt this thing. But we'll see. Become Immense, Blossoming Defense, Distortion Strike, Might of Volcrosa, Mutagenic Growth, Scale Up. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to play Astrolabe and just hope I don't die. Scale Up, Might of Volcrosa. Did you have it? Oh. Alright, that doesn't work, fella. They made it a 6/4 twice and discarded a card. I'll take that. You got it. Alright, I'm going to fetch for a Watery Grave. I'm going to play Chromatic Star. And I'm going to cycle this into red mana and hope they don't have Mutagenic Growth. Alright, sweet. We're in business. The old double scale up. Save the Pithing Needle for Inkmoth Nexus, so we're still alive there. Inkmoth Nexus. And Thopter Foundry. Alright, so I can make a blocker this turn if I need to. If I draw a land, I can just jam Whirza and win. Oh wait, I have Opal. I just already win. Never mind. Drew the land anyway. Had it all. Now we can play around days. There is no days. That was a joke. Would you like to concede opponent? Alright, I can do this in their end step. Or, no, I'll make a few more now. Because that will allow me to cast this Wellspring also. Let's get a little deeper. Bobble. Show me your secrets. Drawing Blossoming Defense. Alright, I don't care about that. Alright. We did it. These clutch main deck Galvanic Blasts. Turns out removal's real good in Modern. Who knew? Alright, so Brutality, Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, all in. Magus of the Moon hurts them a lot, but I don't know that we're gonna have time for all that. So the 2 trophies. What is not as good? You're slow, you're irrelevant, you're slow. Probably irrelevant. I gotta stay alive before I worry about winning. Irrelevant. Needle's really good against Inkmoth, as was demonstrated in that last one. Since I'm shaving on the combo, I can shave on Engineer. I'll look out for Veil of Summer, I guess. Collector Oof is a card they could have, but they probably just won't. Force of Vigor is a card that they probably will have. Yeah, I'm not bringing in these Magi. Engineer is good, though. It blocks Glistener Elf, so I like that. I don't have many cards that do that. I can slim on a Mox Opal. I want all my cards to be actual spells. Alright, in comes just 8 removal spells. I guess 6 removal spells and 2 discard spells. Yeah, that's my plan. I'm sticking to it. We have a hand with 0 mana sources, so I'm just gonna easily mulligan. I'm going to keep this, bottom this redundant opal. I'm keeping this on the strength of bridge, which might be a huge mistake. I'm also like 1-0 drop away from... No, that's just not true. I was going to say I'm 1-0 drop away from a turn 1 engineer, but that's not true because I have to spend 1 to get the star into play. Speaking of which, drew the 0 drop. Turns out it was not actually what I needed though. Alright, they might have to respect removal though before they just shove. Unless their hand is just not perfect. The Temple Garden is also pretty telling. They might have Teferi in their deck. Or maybe I'm just dead. Is there anything that just kills me here? They can't become immense. Might of Old Crows only gets up to 9. Alright, that was a good draw. That's a blocker. I can sack the star to draw a card while making a Thopter. Any sort of trample effect obviously kills me. Do they even play trample effects? Distortion Strike is evasion. They might have Rancor. Some have Rancor. Rancor would be kind of a bummer. They can't cast Teferi here. They don't have blue. They can't cast Distortion Strike. They don't have blue. Can't cast Blighted Agent. I like when they don't have blue. Let's do that more often, opponent. Oh no. Alright. Viridian Corruptor. The arch nemesis. So I'll stack Foundry to itself here. Save the star for next turn when my Opal will still be active. Wow, Viridian Corruptor. That's technology from a bygone age, but it's awfully good here. Trophy, that's pretty good. So I can summon my engineer. I'll bin Sword of the Meek, and then next turn I can weld my Foundry back into play. Alright, so I really want to keep Goblin Engineer alive, but I do have to block with everything if they attack. So I'll put Thopter on Corruptor. They do have 3 attackers too. If they want to activate this Ink Moth, they could get 1 through for sure. The super safe play last turn would have just been to leave up Assassin's Trophy, but that doesn't actually develop us at all. This play that I made, if we're not dead this turn or they can't answer Goblin Engineer, we just get to turtle up forever on the following turn. Yeah, they might have to use a pump spell here just to kill my engineer, which is an exchange I'm pretty comfortable with. Yep, there's that. To the surprise of nobody. So I'd really like to draw a land. The closer I get to this bridge, the better. Ooh, Thoughtseize. So I can Thoughtseize them and still leave up trophy, kinda. Too bad I can't Thoughtseize myself. Groundswell, Agent, Blossoming Defense. Yuck. I'm dead to all of these cards. I guess Defense is the one I'm most worried about. But if they just fire up Inkmoth and attack with everything, they win. Oh wait, no, that's not true. I thought I had 6 poison already. It's only 5. We're good. Quote unquote, good. Go for this well. Go for it. Let me trophy you. That's what I signed up for. Okay, so black and green. And if they drew some disruptive element, I'm just dead. That's fine. We're just like a different pump spell for their bigger creature. Now they have landfall too. Alright, Blighted Agent and an unknown. Oof. I am not going to crack my bauble in response because I'm very interested in not having cards in my hand. So they do have Oof. We know that for game 3. They can get in for 1 poison this turn. If they draw a pump spell, we lose. But if we draw basically any non-land next turn, we can get empty. And then play the turtle game, the top deck game. They have a lot of draws that just win, though, obviously. Alright, they didn't find one, though. Dryad Arbor. Cool. Alright. Come on, deck. Basically any non-land. Shit. Alright, we gotta fade another pump spell. Ooh, they did not activate their Nexus. They're switching to life points. Unless they have some 4-drop they're casting? What's happening? Why didn't they attack me for a poison? Alright, deck, we need some non-lands. That's a good one. Real good. Not quite sure what this does. Did I cut Damping Sphere? I sure hope so. Yeah, I did. Alright, good. So this can at least tax them. Like, they activate Nexus, then before attacks, they were. Alright, I'm just going to do it for 3, because I'm not sure what I want here. I'm not going to get a cantrip, because that lets them attack. It might just be Thopter Foundry, so we're ready as soon as we draw an out to oof. Yeah, that sounds right. Alright, we got Foundry. I just need to draw one of our Infinity Million removal spells. And then we're in business. Of course, if they have any way to remove my bridge, we lose on the spot. So it's just a top deck race at this point. Finally deploying their blue creature. Oh, no, they're not. They're just fetching in combat. Hey. Alright, so I'm going to wait on this. I should probably do it now. Alright, yeah. Because if they have an answer, they have to, it'll tax their removal right now. And if they don't, they just lose. I guess just lose isn't true. Like, I do have to keep my hand empty if they get Blighted Agent down, which shouldn't be too hard to do. Like, the way that that fails is... No! Alright. They brought in Surgical Extraction. You got me. Alright, my sword is in exile now. This is going to have to be a fair and square Thopter. And I would prefer getting Surgical there to them saving their oof somehow, so I'll take it. There's the agent, the BA. I am going to bobble now. Force of Vigor is coming off the top. Shit. Let's hope I don't draw 2 lands. Punished so hard. Alright. Like, I could have kept my hand empty there by not bobbling, but it's like exactly 2 lands that punish me. They have 1 mystery card. Alright, so I'm going to make 2 Thopters here. I'm going to make 3 Thopters here. Alright, now it's a race against Blighted Agent. I guess against Force of Vigor, it doesn't matter that I drew cards. I'm absolutely not blocking Dryad Arbor. And I can't block the other one. Come on, removal spell. Or Whirza. Alright, removal spell. Going Hellbent. No secrets. Alright, here come the jerks. I'm going to block and double block on the 2 poison creatures. Wow, that just worked. Okay. Oh, they had another Ink Moth. Thin this out. Hello. Too late. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't even get another flip. That was a turn too late. Alright. GG's. Game 3's coming. Alright, so Force of Vigor. We know that's in the deck. Maybe I just do want Magus of the Moon. Alright, they showed me Oof and Surgical. Now that I've seen Surgical, Engineer's a lot worse. Yeah, on the play, I like Magus. And I think just having all the foundries available is better than any number of Engineer. We don't get to block Glistener Elves anymore, but that maxes out our ability to draw the combo. This is a keeper. I'm going to Thoughtseize first to get ahead of any Glistener Elves that might come my way. I can turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Foundry if I want. Sucks I can't get green, but I have the Astrolabe. There's that Glistener Elf we talked about. Taking that. And they have Force, Vines, and Blighted Agent. Sure. Cool. I'm going to draw my card and get my colors online before just jamming this Foundry. Oof would be rough because then we can't answer it because we don't have black, or we don't have green. Opponent did not deploy Blighted Agent when they could have. I'm officially suspicious. I don't want to play the Foundry because then they're inclined to Force of Vigor. And then I don't have black mana, or I don't have green mana anymore. Because clipping the Astrolabe is free. There's Agent. Alright, I'm going to go for one of these trophies right now. If they Vines it, that's one less green card for the Force. And I'm going to have to work through these eventually. Also gets me closer to sticking a bridge. And Agent's the important one to get rid of because Foundry can block the other one. This hesitation makes me think they don't have a lot of other green cards. Alright, yep, there's the Vines. Nice. Alright, so I'm going to play Thopter Foundry. Or maybe I should just zap Blighted Agent. I'm just going to zap Agent now and then Needle the Ink Moth. We'll see if that's worth a Force of Vigor. Alright, so if they Force of Vigor this, that will put them pretty low in hand, and it lets Bridge and Foundry hang out. Alright, hard cast that. Cool. We're ready for that. Oh no, so close. All right, Foundry, go. That Magus would have been a game ender. So I'm definitely going to block this thing with Foundry. That'll at least force a pump spell out of their hand. If we draw a red source, we can just Magus them and don't have to worry about this thing anymore. Considering it's turn 5 and I have 0 poison, I'm feeling like I'm in a pretty good spot here. All right. Come on, red source. All right, I'll take an Whirza. We could just die, I guess. I hope that doesn't happen, obviously. But if they can bring this Inkmoth Nexus up to a 10, then we're just dead. They have 4 cards in hand. It's pretty likely. Ugh. Yeah, their Become Immense is definitely active here. Alright, damage resolved. We get another draw step. Come on, red source. Yes. Bang. Hope this works. What a cheese ball. Look at this card. Alright, I'm gonna bring the beats with my beaters. I can stick bridge next turn if I want to. Yeah, so they don't have a basic island in their deck. I'm sure they don't have a basic plains in their deck, so they're down to just green spells. So we'll see if they have like Dismember. Maybe I should have attacked with Whirza and Construct before playing the Magus. Maybe they would have dismembered Whirza. I mean, they have to have Dismember for that to matter, but I think it would have been slightly more correct to attack first. Oh no, Colored Mana's back. Cool. Show me your secrets. Force of Vigor and a bunch of other things. Defense and growth. Definitely taking Force of Vigor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could cast spells off the top of my deck here. I think that's the right thing to do. Wrong. There we go. Alright, so Magus is not attacking because they get to just eat it. 3/3 is safe and 1/4 is safe. They can attack for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm not worried about Noble Hierarch beats. Alright, let's go. Yeah, my goal here is to protect this Magus and get Construct up to a lethal size, which it's very close to already. Okay. Perfect information. We know we're not dead. Whirza, start firing spells out. That's why I didn't make my land drop, because Whirza can flip lands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, Whirza can die here, but Construct can keep on crunching. If they want to spend both their pump spells to kill this Construct, I'm pretty comfortable with that situation. Oh, Magus is doing a lot of work here. Maybe I should have had an in for game 2. Let's just continue drawing all our lands. No big deal. Ooh, Thopter Foundry is a powerful spell. Foundry puts lethal on board. They're going to have to absorb this attack somehow. They're just going big here. Spewing all their spells to trade with my free creature that came off of Whirza. I should have cast Bridge. Whoops. Bridge would have given me, for sure, lethal. But we still have lethal without it. But it would involve committing Thopter Foundry. Like, if I sack all 3 of these, then I have a lethal attack. But I'm going to play it slow. I'm just going to make 2 and kill them over 2 turns instead. Viridian Corruptor. Alright, I guess I'm making 3 Thopters. And I don't have a lethal attack anymore. Maybe I should have kept the Astrolabe in case I draw Trophy, but I've already cast 2. There's only 1 left, and I don't really care. Yeah, I think it's fine this way. I'll be able to get under 2 cards in hand, so Corruptor can't attack anyway. Especially when we're ripping like this. Put them to 1. Then I'll play my 2 artifacts. One, two, three, four, 5. I could fire off with Whirza once, but I'd rather be able to make 2 Thopters. But they're at 1. They can't attack with anything. They have 2 cards in hand, and I have up to 5 lethal attackers. So I think we're okay here. We did it. Managed to navigate that one. That matchup seems like it would be really bad, but our sideboard has a ton of disruption. That was pretty comfortable, actually. Alright. Alright, and we're here for round 6. on the play. This hand's fine. I get to see, draw 2 new cards. I get to see up to 3 cards with my fetch land. Snow-covered island. I do, in fact, want that card. I'll cast this bauble. And I'll see what my opponent is up to in their upkeep. In case they're a discard deck. I want to take this look now so they can't discard the card that I peek at. Alright, they're a Flooded Strand deck. Flooded Strand strategy, likely Stoneforge Mystic based on the way things go. Prismatic Vista to go with it. Opal and Star. I'll go for the Engineer here. Only thing we're playing around is Spell Snare with that. Bin a Sword. I'm going to hide the fact that I have Opal in case it matters. Like, having just a naked Opal in play doesn't do a whole lot. But if I can play it and turn it on next turn and surprise them with how much mana I have available, that might be a better play. Alright, the second Prismatic Vista. That's not the land we were looking for. Alright, so I'm going to weld Star into Bauble. That draws me in more cards this way. Now that I know they're not a discard deck, I'm going to Bauble now, because they might be a Narset deck. Alright, this Plains is no longer on top of their deck. Ooh, a Forest. They're probably Bant Ephemerate. Or Soul Herder, whatever you want to call it. Alright, we can turn on Opal next turn. Still looking for that land. We're a land away from just Urzaing off. Wonder if it's Soul Herder time. Oh yeah. Here comes the value from our opponent. Alright, it's time to figure out what's in this deck. Just quick Google what's in Bant Soul Herder. Because I'm casting Pithing Needle next turn. I'm pretty sure Jace the Mind Sculptor's in this deck. I've got to figure out if there's anything better to name. Yeah, it looks like Jace is the best name. This deck also notably usually plays 4 Force of Negation. So, could be in some trouble trying to find a spot to stick this Foundry. We got a land. My goodness. Jace the Mind Sculptor. Yeah, so they have to force a negation this or else I'm just going off. They're 15 cards deep and they play 4, so they are likely to have 1. Yep, there's one. pitching an Ice Fang Coatl. The mighty upside of that card showing its face, which is that it exiles the card, or else they would still just be dead anyway. Oh no. Alright. I don't have a red source to fetch for here, or else I would probably turn Pithing Needle into a bauble or a star. Alright, fine. And a creature got exiled, so Soul Hoarder gets bigger. That is how that works. Seems bananas, but there it is. So now that with that 4th land, I can jam Whirza, and then also jam Thopter Foundry next turn, because I don't have to tap my Opal for Whirza. I'm gonna play a 2nd Soul Herder. What do you got here? Is that even good? Does that do anything? I guess it grows. Uh-oh, green mana. Nope, just kidding. Knight of Autumn. Boo, hiss. Probably going after Opal. Yep. Alright, so they get to blink Knight at the end of the turn if they want to. Alright, so they're going for that. Probably going after Needle, because I can just pop the bauble in response. Yep. This is going to be tough to beat. I'm not going to lie to you. Alright, so if we draw a land, we can go off this turn, unless they have force. Alright, let's hope they don't have force. Someone is probably losing the game this turn. They have to have exactly force, though. We're in there. My opponent wants me to play it out. I'm happy to make a bazillion things. I'm not going to make you watch me click through this. Okay, so I made a whole lot of Thopters. I flipped cards off the top of my deck until I hit a 2nd Thopter Foundry, so blinking Knight of Autumn doesn't break up my combo all by itself. So I imagine this should be good enough. We'll see what they got. They didn't concede, but that might have just been because it's Moto and I'm on a chess clock, which is totally fair. I chose to play this deck. I have 10, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, attacking for 26, flying next turn. And then I have this 30-30 just hanging out down here. I have a backup Whirza if they have Path. I guess they could have Deputy Detention, but that doesn't do anything because I can just remake all the Thopters. It's annoying. It makes me click a lot more, but it's not going to win them the game. This game would definitely just be all the way over in real life, where I would just declare I'm at infinity, and my opponent could not deal enough damage to beat me at that point. Alright, we've moved to combat, decided we have nothing. Coatl's going to look for another card. And can I get a scoop? Scoop? Going to attack with all my non-Urza creatures. Bang. Are you dead? Looks like a yes. Alright, they're dead. Alright, another fair deck we get to chomp on here. Unfortunately, because of Ice Fang Coatl, they have to play a lot of snow permanents, which basic lands are the easiest ones to get. So, Magus the Moon, not great here. Fatal Push, great. I like Tez. Yeah, they tend to have Rest in Peace. At least, like, Gabriel Nassif, he's the champion of this deck, and he has 4 Rest in Peace, no Stony effects. So I want to hedge in that direction. So Nile Spellbomb's out. Might want this tracker. Might be time. I've had tracker in my deck this whole time. Almost certainly want Thoughtseize. Alright, so hedging against Graveyard. Spellbomb, Star. Grindy matchup, so Opals can go away. Welding Jar might be clutch. The problem is that they're ways to remove artifacts. They also have ways to fire them off multiple times. They do have Force of Negation, so I want both my swords. Pithing Needle, basically no targets. We might lose to Jace, but I can live with that. They usually only have like 1 or 2, maybe 0. Engineer, cutting that is one of the ways we hedge against Rest in Peace. Alright, I gotta cut one more card here. It's probably Star or Engineer. I'll cut Star. Star doesn't do anything when there's a Rest in Peace in play. I guess it filters mana still, but that's not worth a card. Goblin Engineer can, like, bin a useless Opal or something, at least, and it can be a body. Alright, I'm content with this setup. Alright, we've been blessed with a no-lander, easy mulligan. My opponent is also on 6. I'm going to keep this hand. I'm going to bottom, I think, Assassin's Trophy. So I have a lot of cards that do the same thing here, and Assassin's Trophy does it in the least effective way. Alright, I'm going to roast this Hierarch. Just going to hope that they kept... I'll save Galvanic Blast for later and just push this. Because I can blast a Soul Herder with no extra help. I need to get Revolt to blast a... to push a Soul Herder. I wonder if they're going to Force of Negation this. Wow, that is value. Alright. My read was correct that this Hierarch is important to them. I bet they just drew that land also. Alright, speaking of important to them, let's hit a land here. Lando? Bummer. The tough part about Vista is there's not really a reason to crack it end step. So I'm unlikely to be able to see their top card if they don't want me to here. Alright, so there's a Hierarch. Let's see if they shuffle. Nope, they kept it. Okay. Let's hope they don't jam Narset. That's not a card I've seen in these lists before. Knight of Autumn. Okay. I'm gonna destroy my Astrolabe. That's fine. It did its job. It drew a card. Let's just find a land off these 3 cards we're gonna see this turn. Gotta keep the ball rolling here. Ah. That was a good draw. Needed that one. I'm gonna get Steam Vents. That turns on all my spells. I'm also gonna bobble them before I decide if I'm gonna Thoughtseize or Galvanic Blast. Force of Negation is coming. Okay, so I could blast Knight of Autumn. I could also push Knight of Autumn. I am revolted right now. Yeah, I think clearing out this Knight is the right call. Because we know they have a second Hierarch. So the mana denial plan seems kind of loose. But I don't want a Soul Herder to get online with Knight and just Hadoken all my permanents out. Right, there's the Hierarch. Wish I had Girper Aether Grid in my deck. That would be devastating here. Alright. If they want to force some negation they're welcome to it. Mana Leak. Okay. I'm not going to pay 3 for a Mana Leak. I will jam Welding Jar, though. Bridge is pretty awkward against this board of mono Noble Hierarch. We have Thoughtseize to clear the force whenever we get around to it. Jeez. Alright. Oh, they're going into big mode. Okay. I'm cool with that. Alright, so now there's some choices to make. I could blast Noble Hierarch. I could Thoughtseize them and blast Noble Hierarch. Then I take a bunch of damage. And then I stick Bridge on the following turn. Thoughtseize them while I still can, while there's still a spell there. Alright, so I'm going to take 5, and then I'm going to play Bridge and try to hide behind it. I can trophy this Noble Hierarch. And then they'll be out of attackers. I have the Welding Jar already. Let's hope they didn't draw exactly Force of Negation this turn, because they can hard cast it. There's already 2 gone. Alright. So they can still attack for 1. Deputy Detention's a huge beating. Alright, I'm at 1. And that probably just makes me dead, because the Hierarch can attack if nothing else can next turn. What am I even drawing to here? A 1-mana removal spell? Yeah, if I could have killed Hierarch too. Nah, we're dead. Okay. Can't rely on permanents to stick around against this deck. They have a lot of those powerful things. I still think the spread I have here is the right one. Alright, this is a keeper. So I'm going to bobble myself. This one's a little awkward because it wants both red and black mana, and I don't play a Blood Crypt. Mox Opal is my top card. That's not something I'm interested in right now. Alright, I'll go with black. Try to mess him up with this Thoughtseize. Right, Coiling Oracle, Force of Negation, Spell Snare. So if I take the Oracle, they have nothing proactive they're doing. Yeah, I kind of like that. Force of Negation was probably the super long-term take. But just taking them off action seems like it's worth doing also. Oh, that Spell Snare already doing work. If they draw a creature at some point, they'll have to tap off of Spell Snare. I would definitely like an Astrolabe, though. That's probably the best card I could draw. That's not the best card I could draw. Getting punished by that black fetch instead of red. It's not super often that the colors of mana in your deck bite you, but obviously it does happen. We're seeing it right now. Alright. I'm going to take a bajillion here. I'll offer the Engineer. It's going to eat the Spell Snare. I'd rather have that get eaten than the Foundry. And if we draw a land, we can jam Whirza next turn. Unfortunately, we know about Force of Negation already, so Tezzeret is a no-go. We have a Blast, though, so any kind of reasonable size creature is going to die. Alright, I like this. If you want to counter this, you can. If not, I'm happy to draw a card. Alright, found the land. That was gas. Alright, we know that they can hard cast Force of Negation, which I don't want to let them do. Though maybe I should have just baited out the Force of Negation this turn with Foundry and then jam Tez next turn. Oh. Or I could just play Whirza next turn and continue ignoring the card. Stony Silence. Okay. My trophies are in the deck, so we're fine with that. Oh wait, I lied. We can't cast trophy when that's in play. Alright, so that's actually a huge problem. Maybe I do want a basic forest in this deck. Yeah, I just have no way at all to defeat a Stony Silence. Or remove a Stony Silence. I can certainly defeat it by attacking with Whirza and Construct Token a bunch of times. We've done a good job so far just ignoring this Force of Negation. Let's see what their breaking point is. Like, what's too good that they have to force? So I want to just keep baiting until I get this Tezzeret out. I'll attack with Construct. I can blast a Coatl if they want a Death Touch block, but it's also possible they just boarded all those out. Urza can still tap artifacts because that's what he does. That's his ability. It doesn't grant the artifact the ability. Oh, that's how we cast Assassin's Trophy in this deck. Oh wait, I have Breeding Pool too. What am I even talking about? I'm so dumb. I was still thinking about the time earlier where we had Magus of the Moon in play. That's why we didn't have green. But Breeding Pool's in the deck. Don't listen to me. I don't have enough bandwidth, really, to play this game and commentate this game at the same time, so I appreciate you all bearing with me. Alright, is this too good? Is this worth a force? Nope. It's probably right. Oh, they used their force. Never mind. We don't know about that anymore. One, two, three, four, five. Bobble. Just keep growing this construct. Can you beat an 8-8? If Hogak taught us anything, it's that no, Modern cannot beat an 8-8. I also have this lethal Galvanic Blast in hand, so as soon as they tap out, or if they tap low to do anything, I can just dome them. I'm not just going to shove it into a Force of Negation, though. I'm going to make them react to what I'm doing before I let them know that I have lethal in hand. I might just not have to do anything. A blocker. Curses. Yeah, if I find a Thoughtseize, I can just coast is clear. Or I guess I could just jam Tezzeret. If they have an answer, they're going to counter that. Are we getting forced? We've been forced. They have one card in their hand. Let's try one of these. And we did it. Galvanic Blast to the dome. 4 damage for 1 red is pretty good. Yep, once again, we just outmuscled the clever mid-range blue creature deck. That's what this deck is very good at doing. Just slammed right through that Stony Silence. Urza too good. 9/9 creatures are still big. I'll see you next round. We're back for round 7. We are on the play. Got a hand that sees a bunch of new cards and has some land drops. I'm going to keep it. Get to peek at top of my deck twice, or my top and their top. Mox Opal. Is that a card I want? I'll have 1 extra artifact next turn. I don't think I want Opal. Oh, maybe I do. If I just leave this bauble uncracked, I can Opal some stuff out next turn. I can make my decision based on what they're doing. I also kind of want to leave up this Galvanic Blast without having to fetch weirdly. Yeah, like if this is a Goblin Guide, I'm going to be really glad I left up Blast. Oh, this matchup sucks, so I'm not excited if this is Goblin Guide. Thoughtseize. Okay. My thoughts are seize. They're probably going to take Engineer. I really like the various Mardu matchups, so hopefully that is what I'm looking at here. Let's take another peek. Nihil Spellbomb. That's not what I'm looking for right now. We got Watery Grave, because Vista can get a mountain if I need it to. Cool. I'm going to save the Vista. This gives away information because they didn't see the island, but that's okay. Alright, big things coming. Astrolabe, Sword of the Meek. We're just a Foundry away from going nuts. This deck has Colligun's Command in it, which we have to watch out for, but mostly they don't do anything we care about. So I'm going to cast Thopter Foundry this turn. I'm going to fetch an island. It was the old technology in this deck to main deck Blood Moons, and I just don't want to die to that if I don't have to. Though I don't think they do that anymore. You know what would be completely bananas is if they cast a discard spell, or if they cast like Liliana and just give me my Sword of the Meek. They paid life in the end step. What are they doing? Oh, Cycling on Earth. Okay, so this is Death's Shadow. This is not Pyromancer. That's good to know. My god, I would love for them to cast a discard spell right now. Just Thoughtseize me and die. Just go upstairs in response. Though the Shadow deck might actually like that. If they do nothing, I'm just going to sack Ichor Wellspring to make a Thopter. That gets me an extra card. I think they would have played Death Shadow if they had it. They're probably... I'm not sure if Mardu's Shadow plays Colligun's Command. Seems like it should. It's a powerful card. But... okay. Destroy target artifact and target player discards a card. Okay. I'll discard Sword of the Meek. It'll come right back into play thanks to this Thopter. That was well stacked. Why, yes, please. Alright. I'm gonna jam this Engineer. Yes. What do I want to put in the graveyard? There's already a Thopter Foundry there. So if Engineer survives, I just get to start looping. So I can put something there that I can hope to get value off of later, but all my best value things are already there. So I'm just going to bin Mox Opal as a card I just don't want to draw. Does that make sense? Or I could just bin like Damping Sphere. Yeah, I'll just bin a card I don't want to draw. And I'm going to get in there on their life total. It's already pretty low because they're a Death Shadow deck. And I can dome them for 4 at any time. And they know that, so that's scary for them. Alright. Pushed real good. Alright, there's the Ranger Cap. Going to get a Shadow because that's how this deck works. See if they want to silence me on my upkeep. So I can put them pretty low here. Alright, they did not want to tangle on my upkeep. Reasonable. there's a big old construct token. Attack them with my Thopter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't flip with Whirza. That's fine. So I have them dead with the attack plus the blast. That obviously gets broken up by any removal spell. So, whatever. I wonder if it would make more sense to blast Ranger Cap. Like if they just cast Death Shadow and pass, do I want to be able to cast non-creatures next turn more than I want to put them to 2? Maybe. I don't know. I'll decide when they start taking game actions. Alright. They want to draw a card. There's the Shadow. Tapped Godless Shrine, okay. I'm just gonna go upstairs right now. Wow, wowee, wow. And we're off. Nice. I think we had that anyway, but certainly it was sick doing it that way. Alright, so I'm going to look up Mardu Shadow real quick, double check what's in these lists. So Kolaghan's Command is not in the list I pulled up here. Shenanigans. That's a card that's rough. Leyline of the Void. God, I hope so. Alright. Basic lands, there's 1 Plains, 1 Swamp. Path to Exile, 2 Teamer Battle Rage, 3 Fatal Push. Alright. Tracker's in. Push, push, seize, seize. Tezzerino. I'll add an extra trophy. And then, oh, come on. I want these in a pile. Extra trophy, and then Magus to the Moon is on the watch list. So if they're bringing in Graveyard Hate, so they're white, so they could have Stony or Rest in Peace. Welding Jar is probably good against them. They probably don't have many things to needle. They have the Ranger Cap, but I'm not super worried about that. A little slimmer on Goblins. Damping Sphere has no text in this matchup. Nile Spellbomb. They have some number of Unearth, usually like 2. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Like 1 Gurmag Angler. Nah, pass. They don't play any red removal though, so I might be able to get them with a Magus. Pyrite Spellbomb has... Oh, they have Tide Hollow Sculler though. So Pyrite Spellbomb does have a target. I'll cut another star. I'll try a Magus, see how this goes. Then I'll know more about their deck configuration if there's a game 3, and I can adjust as needed. Yeah, well, that's going to get Thoughtseized immediately, I'm sure. I'm going to keep this hand, though, just in case. Alright. Yeah, they play 6 discard spells, so this is almost certainly getting ripped away. It's funny, though, because I'm sure they'd rather take Thoughtseize. As we'll see what they value here. This hand's kind of a bruiser. It's just set up for the late game. Alright, so now I'm ready for a Tide Hollow Scholar, if that's what their follow-up was. They know to fetch basics now, though. That's rough. They have a Plains and a Swamp. They could also just shove a Death Shadow or two here and go beats. That's probably their best plan. They'd arrive as 3/3s. Nope, wants the Swamp. Alright, I hope that punishes them later. Target player sacrifices an artifact. My god, you got me. You got me. That was awesome. So they're almost certainly setting up for a Tide Hollow Scholar. If they cared that much about Pyrite Spellbomb. I guess they at least wanted to get that on the stack before I could sack like Ichor Wellspring to it. So that would have been gross. My mana's going to be sweating a bit here. Alright, yeah, they had the Scholar. That's the only reason I can imagine for going that deep on killing Pyrite Spellbomb. My hand is full of juice. They're taking the card that they need, though. They have to take. Come on, Thopter Foundry. Alright, Mishra's Bauble. I'll take that. Alright, handful of 4-drops. We're going to have 2 draw steps to try to... 3 looks if you count the fetch. So I get to look. If I don't like it, I can fetch. And then I get a bunch of draws. Slamming Whirza on turn 4 is pretty much what you always want to be doing in this matchup. No matter what happened before that point. Just getting 2 blockers and a reasonably sized creature. If I draw like land Fatal Push, that would be the funniest out. Just like kill your thing, Gem Magus. Okay. Alright, under the gun now. Ranger Captain, very good. That'll turn me off of Tezzeret, but I'm not doing that anyway. Let's have a look. Come on, land. Arkham's Astrolabe. That's not what I want. Alright, 2 draw steps to rule them all. Got there. Got there fantastically, in fact. They have 2 cards left in their hand. They're probably good. Just knowing how Death Shadow players operate. Even their land is just another card. They could also start locking me out here if they have another Ranger Captain or an Unearth. Like, that's the end game of this deck. They try to captain you every turn while building their board of Death Shadows. Inquisition, no! It was so close to just missing. Yeah, they don't have... Other than Kolaghan's Command, they don't have damage-based removal. So Whirza is pretty safe to block either of these things if they come in. I would double block Ranger Cap. If that attacks. If Scholar attacks, I would block that. Oh, JK. Now I'm just taking 9. But that's okay, we got another Whirza. So if I take 9 this turn, I'm at 5. I jam the backup Whirza. Then I have 2 3/3s to go with my 1/4. Yeah, I think I'd rather have 2 3/3s next turn than 6 extra life now. We'll also see if they care about Tezzeret at all. Like, I could also just jam Tezzeret, make Wellspring a 5/5, and then just have 2 big blockers for next turn. One of them draws a card. They're also a Death Shadow deck, so their life total is necessarily low. Ooh. Deal. Okay. Not mad about that. Unfortunately, no snow mana for that Astrolabe. They have to have another way to kill Whirza. They don't have very many of them. Like, they basically have Fatal Push. Alright, Pan damage, Pan life. I'm dead to Battle Rage regardless, so I'm just gonna make the easy block here. You got it, you got it. Alright, it's probably time for them to pop this Ranger Captain. On my upkeep, that is, not right now. That wouldn't make any sense at all. Yep, there's an upkeep stop where there was not one before. Okay. Moon Magus, go. That's just a blocker at this point, like, whatever. Alright. The shadow as large as possible. I guess it can get 2 points bigger before it's just untenably large. Snap block here. Just trying to get to this Thopter Foundry, if they'll let me. Unearth or Ranger Captain probably on the game. Alright, they did not have either of those cards, so that's cool. I'm going to start with Astrolabe because that's free. It makes as much mana as it costs, gets me deeper in the deck. Okay, we might be able to win. Even got Fatal Push? Wow. Been a sword. GG question mark? GG exclamation point. Yep, just again, these fair decks, you just can't really keep up with what you're doing. Whirza is super messed up. See you next round. Alright, we're back for round 8. This hand is perfectly playable. My opponent only has 1 Moto finish to their name, and it was in Modern with Dredge. So, and it's pretty recent, it was 2 months ago, so I'm gonna imagine we're playing against Dredge here. So getting Opal active turn 1, so I can turn 1 Engineer for Bridge or Spellbomb, and mostly empty my hand. And then I have Welding Jar to protect the Spell Bomb. Alright, Wooded Foothills. Still going to play like it's Dredge. Alright, I'm just going to Google Modern Dredge real quick. Figure out. Make sure what my line should be. Like if Bridge is actually lights out or not. They have 2 Conflagrates, the Creeping Chills. So they can conceivably burn me out, but main deck can't actually remove a Bridge. Alright, let's go. Alright, here it is. I can't cast this Astrolabe yet. That's kind of a bummer. No snow mana. But I can trophy something. Alright. Maybe they're Jund. Either way, Bridge is pretty good. Lightning Bolt is not a card that's typically in Dredge. Alright, the goof is loose. So I could bobble myself. That takes me off Opal for now, but it gives me an extra draw to find a land. I think I want to do that. Blooming Marsh is their card that's coming. Okay, we got there. No sweat. Come on, land 4. Alright, there's Whirza. I don't want to trophy this thing yet because I'd hate to get turn 3 Bloodbraid Elfed. Just going to take my beats for now. I don't even have to trophy it if... Okay. That's a better thing to trophy. Gonna discard. Probably Spell Bomb. Yeah, I'll discard Spell Bomb. And just hope to draw a mana source here. They have 1 card left in their hand over there when the dust settles. Land? Dees. This Goyf is monster enormous, though. I can regenerate my construct with Welding Jar. That's pretty hot. Second Liliana would be a huge bummer. This killing my... ripping the Whirza from my hand, not fun. Bloodbraid Elf. Scavenging Ooze. Okay. I can live in this world. Goyf's getting in, I'm sure. Bloodbraid Elf probably not. Comboing off this turn before Ooze is active would be pretty nice. If Goyf turns sideways, I'm just taking it. I'll go to 7. Then next turn I can play my second Whirza and have 2 5/5 constructs. Ooze is a beating, though. I'm not going to pretend it's not. Alright, just no attack. I'm not sure why. Well, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can flip off Whirza, LOL, flip off Whirza. I can do an Whirza flip and then still kill this ooze. Alright, land for turn. Not bad. Gonna make this dead while the getting's good. Pretty glad they didn't attack with that Tarmogoyf last turn, or else I would have a lot tighter resources to work with. Kolagon's command would be a nightmare, killing Construct and ripping Whirza from my hand. Though they might just regrow Ooze at this point if they have K-Command. Oh no, my ass. Alright. That's fine. Got a backup. As long as they don't have a discard spell, we're still getting along. Get the breeding pool. The gang's all here. Ooh. Whirza and Whir. I should be able to figure it out from here. Do I have an attack is the question. I might, but I'm just not going to make it. Like, double blocking Goyf next turn probably is way better. Now I hope they draw Thoughtseize. Alright, yeah, just nothing go. I'm going to keep holding on to this Whir. I want to find the second half of the combo with it, but I need to find the first half before I can find the second half. Tap these freebies. The Bobulator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Alright, so I can activate Whirza once and still have mana to Whir for 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yes, that is a true statement. I counted correctly. Nice. We got some 8/8s. Just gonna continue to hold. Pretty sick I can regenerate my 8/8s too. They're gonna continue taking no game actions and passing the turn. Okie dokie. One, two, three, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Alright, yeah. So I'm just gonna pass, and then I can Whir for the entire combo in their end step. One, 2, 3, 4. Bloodbraid Elf. Okay. Thoughtseize. Alright, Thoughtseize is on the stack, so 1, 1, 2, 3. Whir for 2. Get Foundry. Then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Also Whir for sword. And then we win the game. They are laughing in chat. I'm laughing too, buddy. GG. Alright, so playing against Yound. Tezzeret and Tracker. This is what you're for. It's nice to not play against white cards. We just don't have to worry about that. Like Graveyard Hate and Hand Disruption are our fears here. Thoughtseize is like medium fine, I guess. Trophy's good. Magus is as good as the number of bolts they cut, if that makes sense. Alright, so cutting opals in these grindy matchups. Damping Sphere doesn't do anything. They don't care enough about their graveyard that I want Nile Spellbomb. Pyrite Spellbomb kills Scavenging Ooze before as long as it hasn't done anything yet. Wellspring is exactly what we want against Jund. Snaring Bridge could buy us a lot of time. Alright, I'm gonna go lower on these. Focus on my alternate plans here. Maybe Thoughtseize just sucks. As Jund wants to get both players hellbent, and I'm fine just letting them do that. Alright, so there's 7 cards. If I want these Magi also, maybe I'll save them for when I'm on the play. Pithing Needle hits Liliana, that's a big deal. But it only hits Liliana. She is a big deal though. Oh, it also hits Ooze, never mind. It can stay. Alright, then I'll bring in these cards. I'll consider Magus if there's a game 3 and I'm on the play. Do I want Thoughtseize? That's the last question here. Blast can hit Liliana. It cannot usually hit Tarmogoyf. It can hit Ooze. Alright, Pirate Spellbomb is not that good. It only hits Ooze and only if it hasn't done anything yet. Alright, I'll keep this. If they show me Leyline of the Void or something crazy, I'll cut a star for game 3. Alright. More cards, some removal. Yep, never not inquisitioning me. They'll probably take Trophy. Unless they're just curving discard up, then they'll take a Bauble. You can't worry about your opening hand too much against Jund. Like, a functioning 7 is going to be better most of the time than like a good 5, because they're just going to clip your best card. And the fetch land Bauble combo get to smooth out my draws a little bit. Yeah, so here they are just curving up the discard chain. Take your 0-drop, take your 2-drop. Island, definitely don't want that. Let's reload the hand here. Alright. Inventor's Fair. Is there a reason not to play that? Fulminator Mage is a card that they might have, but that's fine. Alright, I'll get these cards out of my hand. They don't know about Fatal Push. I drew the Opal and Push this turn, and they saw my hand last turn. So hopefully they just like jam a Goy for Ooze or something here that I can push easily. Got a little bit of wiggle room against a Liliana. Okay. I'll light that right up. Wow. And we're off. All right, so I'm going to get an island. My opponent thought last round was funny. Let's see if they like this too. Bang. That was great. I chose to kill Tracker when I could have started churning Thopters instead. But I think that's going to be fine. They tap their red land to cycle, so Wrenn and 6 probably not happening this turn. I hope this is just Liliana. I can crush that. Nice. Yeah, I'm not going to start trying to combo right now. Like, I'm not going to... Because if they have Surgical, that gets me here. But if I wait a turn, I can definitely just play around it. Alright, so now I have 2 extra artifacts laying around. So they'd have to have 3 Surgicals to get through this with their 2-card hand. If they destroy Thopter Foundry, then I would just be leaving some stuff around, laying around. Plague Engineer is also really good here. Yes. I will continue playing around Surgical. No reason to lose to a card if you don't have to. Attack Liliana with all creatures. She goes to 1. I'm Hellbent. If they want to plus this thing, it's going to cost them a card. Even if they Plague Engineer, I can still... I'll still have 1 Thopter left over, the one that has the sword on it. What is this card that they've been bogarting so? Just gaining life over here. Playing around. Also, my whole hand is just sitting in play, which is pretty great. Alright, so... Attack Liliana, attack Liliana, attack Liliana, attack opponent, attack opponent. Yeah, so if they do somehow deal with this combo, I can just draw 3 cards immediately and attempt to reload. I don't have enough mana to activate Inventor's Fair, so that's just off the table. Trophy my Foundry. Alright, time to make a bunch of Thopters in response. And I will not sack the Foundry to itself because I want the land. Now let's have a look at what they're doing. They're drawing a Fatal Push. That's not a useful card in this matchup. Certainly not in this spot. Oh, baby. Tireless Tracker appearing for the first time in this tournament. And it's going to be good. Wow, is it going to be good here. Not that I'm convinced it matters, but woof all the same. My opponent said Damnation one time. I regret to inform them that the top of their deck is Fatal Push. Yep. So just like we've been muscling around the fair mid-range blue decks all day, Jund is even better than those because it doesn't have white sideboard cards. Like, I'd probably rather be Jund than the white blue white base decks in the Jund versus blue white, but Jund just loses all those powerful white sideboard cards. So that was a pretty easy 2-0 there. GG's opponent. Good luck in the next one. Here we are once again, round 9 on the play. Snappity keepities. So this hand is going to churn through cards. I have no idea what this hand does yet. We definitely want lands, but we're going to draw a whole lot of cards along the way. We have good looks for a turn 3 Whirza here, which is all you ever want in your entire life. Opponent's on 6. If we draw a 0-drop here, we can just play the second Astrolabe immediately. Another Black Cleave Cliffs. Bummer. I think we're about to lose our Astrolabe. I guess it depends on if Damping Sphere is good against this deck or not. Like if there's some sort of combo deck. But I don't know what combo deck leaves on Black Cleave Cliffs. Maybe like some sort of Grizzled Brand Reanimator thing. They could also just take Foundry. I would take Astrolabe here. Like it finds me another card and turns on Mox Opal. That's the biggest upside card in this hand. You can't take Whirza, and I'm miles away from it anyway. So Foundry, Sphere, or Astrolabe are the defensible picks here. Alright, they took the Astrolabe. Deece, never punished. Alright, I have to play this first, and then I can play this. Alright, so land off the top gives us Whirza. So there's certainly some sort of Jund deck. Is this an Abrupt Decay? What do you got? Tarmogoyf? Alright. I'm okay with Tarmogoyf. Hello? I'm gonna get... It's either Watery Grave or Steam Vents. I think I want Watery Grave. I'm just going to also cast this Damping Sphere. Like, maybe it'll mess up their turn, and maybe it'll just turn into a Thopter immediately. Or maybe it'll just make Construct a 6/6. Once you have Thopter Foundry in play, you can play out these goofy hate pieces, and if they turn out to be more trouble than they're worth, they just become Thopters. No big deal. Like, I don't care about Liliana because I have so many Thopters. Can't Fatal Push Karn. Yep, there's Liliana. She's going to eat Damping Sphere. Yep, Thopter down. You got it. I'm going to make another Thopter in the end step to make sure that Liliana dies. No, I'm just not going to do that. I don't care. I'm probably going to be hellbent for the rest of the game. Or I can just win the game. X is 2. Off we go. Gonna make me play it out, opponent, or are we done? Alright, good. Appreciate that, Scoop. Easy squeezy. Alright, so we like Trophy, Tezzeret, Tracker. Should put these up here. Always forget to do that. So the pushes. I think we ended up with a Magus last time too. Let's see if I remember what we did. Damping Sphere has no text. I want Opal significantly reduced. Went way lower on Engineers. Pithing Needle. I think I cut that last time. Nile Spellbomb. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. Can also cut the Pyrite Spellbomb to get a Magus in there. Do I want the second Magus? Because I feel like they have to cut their bolts. Magus is going to be a lot better on the play than the draw. Be kind of a shame if they saw it this game when they were ready to deal with it, and then it was bad for game 3. Alright, I'll play one Magus again. Yeah, like the rest of these cards. In we go. Easy no-lander. Easy two-lander. I'm gonna tuck this Whirza away. Don't want that guy Thoughtseize just yet. Alright, so whether they take Whir or Push will tell me a lot about what their hand's capable of. Taking Bauble would be pretty interesting too. Like, that would just deny me an actual card. But Whir and Push are good enough at what they do that I don't think they would take a random card instead. Yeah. Alright, so we get to do the Bauble Peak. Gonna do it on their turn, of course. Play around, discard. Peek at their hand. Abrupt Decay. Okay, good to know. Gonna decay my Bauble. Fire it in. Robert Confidant. It's been a long time since that card was good. Did I cut my Spellbomb? I think I did. Yes, I did. Okay. Let's get a look over here. Thopter Foundry is coming off the top. They've shown me the decay. I think I'm more interested in killing this Bob than doing anything else. So answers to Bob. I have 2 red answers and 3 black answers. Yeah, I have to get a basic with this because that's how Prismatic Vista works. Brick City. Alright, let's just jam Thopter Foundry straight into Abrupt Decay. Alright, they found the 3rd land, comes into play untapped, gives them their 3rd color. That was a very good flip. Ooh, they're taking a turn off to Liliana. Okay. Okay. I got lots of lands I'm okay dumping here. Maybe I'll just draw a sword and win. Discard this island. Wow, they're dumping Tarmogoyfs over there? Jeez. No fear. Star is a very good draw to go with this Thopter Foundry. That gets a Thopter and replaces itself. I am not going to pay 2 life. They hit another land. Each player discards a card. I'm going to Thopter up in response to this. Because I would really like to whir for Sword next turn. Alright, so if I dump the Engineer... Oh, they still have Decay, though. None of this is very good. Yeah. I'll dump Engineer. Hitting my land drops is more important. Like, having 4 lands so you can cast Urza when you draw it. That's what I'm really here for. Yeah, Decaying Foundry, that's cool. Come on, Urza. Galvanic Blast. Okay. That's a card. We're going to lose our whir for doing this. But get to pressure Liliana. Pays for 1. Alright, even though this is blue, it does not tap for blue. Doesn't work like Convoke does, unfortunately. But their gravy train is over. Is it Bloodbraid Elf time? Straight to Value Town. Oh yeah. Nile Spellbomb. Okay. I'm thinking about this Liliana. Their 2 cards must be good. They know I have Whir, though. Like, what could be in their hand that's better than Whir? Ooh. Alright. My Thopter's gone. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh dear. Did I cut Pithing Needle? I think I did. Lame. So I could whir for Chromatic Star and draw a card. Could also just play Tireless Tracker, but it will likely die immediately. Yeah, I think I'll... whir for Star in response to Liliana's plus. Just draw a fresh card. That's the same as discarding Whir, except I get deeper into my deck. Oh wait, shit. I can't pop the Star. I'm the dumbest person on Earth. Astrolabe still works. Woo! I was a little worried for a second there that I fucked this up. Alright, that's the perfect card to discard. Yeah, Astrolabe is just a better get than Star, even if I had a bunch of mana. Right, do you have a Surgical Extraction? You have a spell bomb. Right, I knew about that one. So unless they Thoughtseize me here, fetch land is my best draw, but I would take any land. I'd take a Tezzeret too. Woof. Alright, let's hope they can't kill this easily. They probably can, they're Jund, that's what they do. They just like K command to like deal 2 and shatter. Oh god, what have I done? Attack this Liliana. Thus, any removal spell on the planet kills this. Bolt's the only thing that doesn't. Ooh, okay. It just went in. Bloodbraid Elf can kill Tezzeret, but that's fine. It's the new Liliana? Okay. Alright, kills my Astrolabe. Yeah, that Tez was pretty big. Land? Nice. Alright, we're suddenly back in this. Let's see how tireless this tracker can get. They want to plus Liliana. They're doing it from with me Hellbent. Obviously not blocking. Abrupt Decay. Okay. No reason to pop the clue in response. Now I can pop my clue. Whoa. Wow, wow, wee wow. Right, my construct can trade with Bloodbraid Elf. I'm fine with that. They want a trophy Whirza that ramps me. I'm okay with that too. And then I still can trade with Bloodbraid Elf. If I can get this pressure off the board, I'm fine playing from Hellbent against Liliana. That's cool, but I do need to stop taking 3 a turn. They have something. They're thinking about it in the end step. There's the trophy. Liliana is still stuck in one mode. Oh no, not another. Oh no. Curses. I am just dead here. They shatter, shock, attack for 6. I have 1 out. I can pop Chromatic Star for black or red. I've used 1 push and 1 Galv Blast, so it's just a 50-50 1-outer here. I have a 2-outer, but I have to pick a color. I'm gonna go black. Alright, and we're dead. Okay. They threaded the needle on that one. Bloodbraid Elf, powerful magic card. Alright, so now we're on the play. I think Magus gets better. Do I want Pithing Needle or Pyrite Spellbomb back? They showed me Bob, so yes, I do want Pyrite Spellbomb. A lot of Jund decks are just off Bob in 2019. Star's good. Sword's good. All these cards are good. I'm gonna cut 1 more. It might just be Trophy. Jar is pretty important against K command if I'm hiding behind a bridge. I gotta keep these online to churn through my deck. I gotta turn on those opals too if I want to sneak in there with a Magus. It's also possible I want Thoughtseize on the play, but I'm just out of cards I want to cut. I would like to play first. This hand is a keeper. It's going to churn through a lot of cards. As long as they don't Leyline of the Void me, we're going to get along fine. Alright, I'm going to bobble them in their upkeep. Bloodstain Mire. That secret didn't last very long. Inquisition. Whirza is safe. They probably have to take trophy here because I'm on the play. Alright, I'll give them that island information for free. It's just better to hold the Tarn here. Just hang my hand out and play there. This can draw two for free, basically at a moment's notice, as long as I have 1 mana to get the chain started. That's how you have to play against these discard decks. Just get yourself hellbent, but leave yourself with options. I hope this is Tarmogoyf and not Bob, though. Collector, oof. I'm not excited about that one, not gonna lie. Alright. So we're pretty far away from this trophy at this point. Let's get another one of these in play. Maybe I should have left that in hand for Liliana. That was probably bad. There's the Goyf. I'm not going to fetch my land because I need to hit 2 colors next turn. I'm also just trying to hit land number 4 for Whirza. Nice. I have to take a ton of damage to get my colors online here. But I'm going to have a 5/5 in play. Or I could cast a card off my deck. I'm just getting pushed. I'm not going to cast a card off my deck if I'm getting pushed. It's actually fine. Like, I think they should have been more worried about the construct. Unless they have K command, then we're just dead. If they can kill this and make me discard my trophy, that'll do. Oh no, they're paying 3 mana. God, we got junded. Alright, so Whirza off the top, still bananas. Alright, I'll take a Fatal Push. I'm gonna swing for the fences here. Like, I could zap the Goyf and hope that that works. But I think it's better to churn through some cards here. Looted Delta. What do you do? You let me bobble myself. Sword of the Meek. That's not a helpful card. So I can't Galv Blast this thing anyway, so I want the Swamp. All my answers to Tarmogoyf are black. Alright, we're going to get a couple looks here. Alright, 2 draws to rule them all. Brick, tilt, so close. Well, we got Junded. That Collector Roof was tight. Yeah, if Foundry showed up while we were chaining our draws there, we would have been right back in the game. But unfortunately did not. It was 2 cards too deep. And I'm going to call it for the night. I played 9 rounds. I am all the way dead at this point. We got 9 rounds in, though. That's a pretty strong video. Here's the deck. I liked a lot what we were working with today. Like, Magus felt really good. Tracker was good when it showed up. I like Collective Brutality. Yeah, this sideboard feels pretty sweet. Tezzeret, as always, awesome. Not sure about the main deck Assassin's Trophy. It did come up once today when I was playing against Blue Tron. It was another out to keep them from assembling Tron on turn 3 when I was going off with Whirza. So this list felt tight. I like it, and I'm going to keep working on it. As you can see, all 5 of the decks I have built in Modern are Whirza decks over here on the left. This is my deck moving forward until something changes in the format, something significant. So thanks for hanging out. That's a solid 4 hours of magic there. Make sure to follow me on YouTube at Bosch and Roll, or on Twitter at Bosch and Roll, and you're watching me on YouTube. Make sure to smash that sub button while you're here. Thanks for checking it out. Good night.